Greetings, viewers and listeners. Welcome to Heroes of Thylea, an actual play show and podcast produced by Lionhead Gaming. This production is the Lionhead Gaming version of Odyssey of the Dragon Lords, an epic 1 to 20 adventure book for D&D 5th edition created by Arcanum Worlds. A blend of classic high fantasy with Greek mythology to create an epic saga of an adventure, combined with my own changes to create something unique and wonderful that I hope both you and my excellent cast of close friends enjoy. And so, with that, I want to let the cast reintroduce themselves and their characters.
Hello, I'm Brendan, he, him, and I play Sophia, the Stygian philosophy wizard. We are all just pawns in a game of which we do not understand the rules.
Hi, I'm Nikki, they, them, and I play Imperia, the nymph Amazonian ranger. Dragons. There's just such awe-inspiring creatures.
I'm Mel, she, her, and I play Nyx, the nymph prophecy cleric.
I've spent centuries asking questions, and the only ones who have ever answered me are the stars.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Peter, my pronouns are he, him, and I play Atreus, the human hoplite fighter. Remember what has been lost. Fight for what hasn't been.
Excellent. And with that, it is time for us now to begin with a recap from the one and only Peter.
Yeah. Last time we left off on Heroes of Thylea, we were heading into a cave, I suppose, on one point for some shelter. But also from another out of morbid curiosity, as we seem to be surrounded by these seeming electrified ice sculptures, question mark? Sophia, using her magic, conjured up her unseen servant, her sort of formless magic that can get past everything and everyone, and picked up the sword, and turns out whatever defenses this had in place, the sword did seem to activate them, as these ice statues seem to come to life as some sort of ice golems that we were easily able to dispatch of in quick turn, as we found out that the blade that we now hold is the Rhyme Blade of Magnus, this sort of frost magic filled greatsword that Atreus, probably the most qualified person to use, had no real use for it, so decided to just put it into the bag of holding since he had a new souped up spear. The party then continued to continue our trek up the mountains in search for Xander's challenge, where we ended up at the Tomb of the Dragon Lords and was greeted by Damon, the Archlich, who brought us up sort of to speed in a way, mostly to Sophia, telling her about her patron, about the other Ahmkaros. Is that how you pronounce your last name? Ahmkara? Or Armacticos? Yeah. Whatever. Telling them about the mysteries and what have you, only for Sophia's ears to hear, as well as, I suppose, a challenge in itself. He would leave for 3 days, and when he would return, the party, or really Sophia, would have to commune with the spirits in a sort of way, learn something, be something, and if they were to successfully, I suppose, answer his question, answer his riddle, challenge, etc., when he returns in 3 days, he will gift Sophia the squint eyes, Null Romania's tome.
No Romanas, but yes.
Okay, yeah, something like that. I think I hit all the major points.
Sounds like you did to me as well. You all crossing into this strange and sort of oddly separated rock formation nestled in the summit of Mount Telemoc. crossing its expansive bridges and ascending up into this massive pyramid mausoleum, the final resting place of Xander's dragon, Bol Maitreya. It is here that Damon, utilizing his powerful magic, returned Alba to the Oracle to deliver the information that was requested of her, and took Theamos, as per, it seems, old orders, to meet his grandfather, but not Vulcan. It is with that Damon also departed, saying that he needed to go along for this journey and that he would be back in, I believe it was actually 2 days' time. Yeah, he'll be back in 2 days' time on the 14th. As with that, I believe the last thing was Sophia passing along this requested lesson, this sort of mission given to her by Damon, though without the full detail, just something to be learned from this place before Xander's challenge would be properly ready. As, without further ado,
We're gonna go with Sophia was just so preoccupied with the other words that Damon was saying that May not have clearly understood what he was saying. May gave different instructions to the party than what was true.
Oh dear.
Seeming to think that this was the first step in Xander's challenge, to first learn from these creatures, to give their answer.
No pressure.
So, do you wish to recant? How do you want to start us off, Sophia?
No, I'm saying the last shit that Sophia said is canon. That she explained that they needed to investigate these creatures, learn the lesson that is to be learned, tell it to Xander when he returns to be allowed entrance into Xander's challenge. Not understanding exactly that it's actually only for her.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna make that mistake on Brendan's part. I'm just gonna make that canon.
There you go.
Hey, that's good. That's fine.
We were gonna start right here, weren't we? Because Imperio's been staring at Bolmatria's tomb and skeleton for the last however long it was, like 45 minutes.
Yeah, about 25 or so. After you managed to sort of break away from looking at the bones themselves and taking in the area, you hear a sort of comical statement, at least to Atreus and Sophia, from Kira. She insists that she is useful, and there's a awkward silence amongst them before Sophia passes along that mission, that misunderstanding that spurs you on a bit further, as you're already taking in some of the all of this mausoleum. It is pristine, considering how old it is, and the fact that it's relatively open to the air, like most buildings. Even the large temples in Mitros, don't have usually large doors and the like sealing them away. And the mosaics in here, some are etched, some are made from like colored tile laid in these beautiful patterns, much like the one you saw descending in the old woods to get the horn of Bol Maitreya in the first place. You recall a mosaic made of colored tiles, though those much more faded by the passage of time and the encroach of nature. These are pristine, almost new in appearance, as though they've been well maintained and cared for. One of the first panels you see closest to the entrance depicts 5 majestic dragons, 2 silver, 1 gold, 1 brass, and one copper, all soaring through the heavens together in this arrow-like formation. Or like, the two at the head being the silver and the gold, seemingly larger than the other three behind. You do notice, though, a formidable, it seems human-looking, warrior mounted on each dragon, though they are not given great detail. The dragons are, it seems, the center point, but they are depicted there nonetheless. You see another mosaic. It looks like a verdant and beautiful coastline, which, to you, having sailed directly towards it, you recognize the coast of Thylea, the southern coast. And while all of these other dragons remain aloft, you can see a single large silver dragon making landfall, heading forward to this new continent. Another panel shows her rider garbed in what looks like pristine and well-maintained heavy armor, greeting what look like humans, haggard looking on the shore. And quite quickly, there's almost like a gap, it seems. There is this sudden shift to human civilization blossoming into these tiny towns and then walled cities. You see a depiction of the first settlers sending themselves up through the mountains to form Astoria and to form Telemac. Mitros and Arisia, this definitive split between, it looks like, not differing groups, but it almost seems like a different way of viewing the world. These depictions of these people, they have a different way of carrying themselves. The ones that you presume to be Arisians, it seems depicted based on their color choice and posture, have a much more just serious demeanor. Well, those who seem to form the city of Mitros are much more diverse in their spread and their way of carrying themselves. Some are proud and strong like the Arisians, but others choose to think more, seeming to wanting to study the stars, or study magic, or the idea of the self, whatever it may be, or just enrich themselves. A great mercantile city Mitros is. And this beginning history, it seems, this stereotype of these places seems ingrained at their very formation. And to you, and especially if others come to join you, especially Sophia and Nyx, as Impheria seems quite engrossed with this place, you are reminded of just how recently all of this civilization came into being in Thylea. All of these larger cities are only centuries old. This is seemingly the first civilization, at least as how it's being depicted here. But Sophia, the most learned of you, and Nyx, the oldest, you would know that there has always been civilization in Thylea. It has just taken on different forms. A distinct lack in this whole space here is the depiction of the Gigans. Depictions of great philosophers and an understanding of both nature and magic, these strange to most settlers, but completely normal to Thylea. 6-armed, or 4-armed, one-eyed beings have existed on Thylea for as long as anyone can remember, believed to be an original creation of Sidon himself. His favored son, if you will. They are distinctly missing from all of this blossoming civilization, this forward progress. But, Impheria, you are most captivated by one of the later panels, as you see more and more dragons of various colors and sizes, each with their own riders depicted. Silver, gold, green, red, brass, and crystal. Pause for a moment, most likely, at a presumably familiar depiction. You recall Kristrax. It's obvious from this depiction of all the dragons and their riders, and it seems like some nobility of Mitros. This is some sort of portrait or display of an obvious high point in Dragon Lord society, the ranks swelling, strong, proud. There is no pain in this mausoleum. There is 20, 25, actually, let me double check. Let's see how long I remember making this thing. Jesus Christ. There's 50 by 50 by 50 by 50 feet of space in this mausoleum, and there is not a sad sight to be seen. It is all a depiction of the Dragon Lords and the settlers at their height. They are, it seems, without flaw and displayed as powerful. It is perhaps, in your opinion, I will not force this thought upon you, befitting of a dragon to be surrounded by such memories.
Fitting, but also a little unsettling. History has been depicted without many of its facets here.
Agreed. A story half told.
And yet, fitting that Bonatria should be surrounded by her triumphs.
This is not a place to share history, it's exactly that. A place to show all of your triumphs and your victories and your success.
But those... What makes those victories victories is the moments that are not triumphant. But, I guess... Well... That we are here with her bones speaks to those moments. I don't know.
I'm assuming this is a single piece in this puzzle. Lesson to be learned. Alone, it's not much to be gained. I suggest we see the other sites before we try to start making conclusions. Shall we?
Agreed.
It is probably wise. But Inferior lingers. She struggles to convince herself to leave this place.
Oh, the tomb
Oh god, I'm
passed
not
on the way
snapping
here.
food anymore.
Say that again?
There was a tomb on the way here that we passed. The first, when we entered this place. Look at it, possibly. Maybe the start is there.
That would be a befitting one. Telemox.
Sophia slowly gets lost. I think it's the right way.
What?
Sophia,
90% sure.
Sophia,
Oh
we're
god,
following
hey,
you. So if you don't know your way around the large map, then how do you expect us to?
Ew.
Oh,
So
God.
my screen can only be so big
There you go, I found it.
that I can't even scroll down.
I'll put on our rollerblades. Skate through the room.
Fuck, I would love to rollerblade in a place like this.
Be
Are
terrified.
you upset with her commentary?
Huh?
I said, were you upset with her commentary, you butt?
No, I was just trying to remember where the fuck we were going. I found
Okay.
it though, I found it.
Just making sure. I'm watching you.
Wait, this is the tomb? Oh fuck.
Yeah, as you come
That's
up
it?
back towards this this bridge towards where you entered in, you do see these 4 stone pillars, much like the ones around Balmaitria's mausoleum, and like the ones you sort of walked through, but they are noticeably smaller. They are gray, a bit with age, and at the front, it seems like framed in stone, just sort of like a doorway or an archway, right? It's a straight line of stone, line of stone, line of stone. And in the middle, where you would imagine a door or perhaps a large slab for a proper tomb, instead you see a faceted, massive chunk of crystal. Single flat surface and then one facet, 2, 3, 4. Surrounded on all four sides is this large, see-through, clear, crystalline door. Seems pretty thick at first glance and rather heavy, but it does allow you to see directly into the tomb, especially with the carried light. As marked above on that stone on the very top, you see quite simply Telemoch Arklander, oath sworn of Tisofale.
She's so folly.
That's a cool name.
As
Mount Telemach, named after a dragon lord. Yeah, right. This is Dragon Lord boy.
Yep.
Tisofale mean anything to any of us?
This is
That's
dragon,
what-
isn't it?
A
That's
dragon?
what I
Okay.
presume.
Yep.
Oathsworn.
Like the Dragon Lord oath.
Exactly.
As
D&D, one of the dragon lords.
Inferior, you speak Draconic, right? Of course you do. There's no way. Yeah, of course you
Who
do.
do you think I am?
Yeah, reading Tisofale, you can see it's written in Draconic script on that stone after the common, and you can quite easily read it. And you know it to be a dragon's name. And looking inside of this crypt, you see a large sarcophagus with a lone, proud-looking warrior engraved upon its lid, as it seems to be almost sort of almost canted at an angle towards the door. You see on the inside fading murals covering each wall and the ceiling of the crypt. And they depict that same warrior in heavy, thick armor, wielding a very large, double-sided axe, slaughtering enemies of every kind: men, women, centaurs, satyrs, cyclops, Medusa, more monstrosities that you have only heard about in legend. It seems, looking upon the murals and depictions of Telemoch, all that mattered was battle. The back wall, the farthest and the directly facing towards you, depicts Telemoch, it seems, at his most fearsome. His armor changed and contorted and twisted, his horned helm seemingly aflame as he is mounted alone atop a massive manticore and seems to be choking the life out of it with the length of his great axe.
Then we have the other side of the story.
One of them, at least. So much death.
I'd imagine
Odd.
it'd be difficult for them to build a civilization without figuring out how it is they want to coexist with those already there. Or not, in this
As it
case.
were. It seems odd to me that a warrior so consumed by battle would start his own city. There's too much paperwork involved.
Still also does not show the actual beginning of it all. If this is to be the first to be seen, it's as if As soon as the settlers landed upon the shores, they will be set in combat. Literally no negotiations, no talks, no trying to find a place to cohabitate. Simply
That,
slaughter.
or they didn't think those diplomatic efforts were worth depicting. Because they were not a triumph, they were a failure.
Hmm. So, shall we try to find others? More pieces to the story.
You see, just to your left, the short curve and rise of stone stairs. Because if you
I
recall,
wonder,
looking at this coming towards it, there were, it seemed, levels to it. And then a small sort of town built into the rock.
perhaps up these stairs.
Um, I think this is, from the sounds of it, something Damon wants you all to have an understanding of, or come to an understanding of, on your own. And
Individually.
no, without the interference of someone who knows more than she should.
Ah,
And I am fighting back the urge to be what I am, a storyteller, first and foremost. So, I think I will make myself a bit more useful in a different way. I'm going to head to Mitros. Is there anything I can bring back for you? I have some ideas of my own, though I do not know what is in Xander's challenge. This trial has been hard thus far, and I am sure a replenishment of resources could be beneficial to our chances of success, no?
I would agree. I would agree completely.
It wouldn't hurt to get a new scroll of Revivify.
No, it wouldn't.
With the storm gone, I already had plans of resupplying.
Oh,
You speak of making your way to Mitros. Descend down the mountain. How long will it take you?
Well, with my bag not burdening me, I should be there, depending on how long and how much you need. I could probably get to Mitros in about a minute or two if I take it slow.
Minute. Before, when
Definitely
we were in the old woods, it took you quite a bit longer than that to move across the lands.
she didn't have a
Probably
spark.
exactly that. Before
I
she
did
had a
not.
spark.
And she was already tired, remember?
Or you wish to burn the spark.
No, a trip there and a trip back. That should be fine. If I had to make multiple, or if I had to. Well, let's not talk about horrible eventualities. Just
Perhaps
myself.
we're just not certain exactly how much power a single spark holds and how it is used by the gods. I understand Sophia's hesitation took just about everything we had just to trek up this mountain. You to be able to make it to Mitros and back in a matter of minutes.
I could
From
make it
our
to
perspective,
Mitros in a few minutes. How long it would take to get things in Mitros would probably take a bit longer. Going around to different shops and the like. Having
you
to
do
talk to
understand what
people.
it is I'm trying to convey, though, yes?
She's a goddess, Nix.
I understand she's a goddess, Imperia. You understand she is a goddess, but it is clear that Sophia would benefit by having more information on how the spark works. And I agree, it's never a bad thing to learn something new.
Oh, very well. And Barry just kind of plops down on the stairs.
We have two solutions to the same problem, and while I see it, one is more efficient, less wasteful than the other. If it means burning a spark to save time, in which we have, I do not see the point of it.
That's why I'm asking exactly how much power a spark has. You're making an assumption that her traveling there is going to use up the entire power of that spark, is what it sounds like. And from the way Kira is talking about it, I am led to believe that seems to not be the case, at least from her perspective.
I'm concerned it will use any of it. It's a resource, a tool we don't need to use. I could call on Catalonia. She is with Vulcan, not 30 miles away. To get here, and then to Mitros, would take her less than 4 to 5 hours. She could be back within a day. There's no need to use the power of a divine spark of godly strength when it's not necessary.
I guess I'm more so confused because she is a god. It'd be like telling you to not use your intelligence to read through scrolls and tomes.
If my intelligence was consumed in doing so, then it wouldn't be wise not to use it unless necessary.
Which, again, begs the question, exactly what does it take to consume a spark, Kira?
Different things have different costs, though the one we avoid is a violation of the Oath of Peace. Though with a spark, that is something that can be bent a bit more. I have had my powers, well, under a bit of lock and key for my own sake. If I were to aid you in contesting the Titans, or I think even something like the Challenge of Xander, it would come at a cost. It would come at the cost of my spark. Or at least one of them. If someone like myself or Pythor had a spark, they could use that as payment to aid you. Properly aid you. Not just journal your story. But this, going to Mitros by myself, is a trivial matter for me. If I needed to take one of you, or all of you, that would cost me my spark.
I'll leave the choice to you. It's not like I can exactly stop you if you wish to go. And if it comes a time in the future when we truly need something, I hope it is not lost because you wish to flaunt. As I'll
You're
start
so,
to dig in my bag.
you're so
I-
dramatic, Sophia.
She's worried that push comes to shove, I'll be a few drachmi short, and you have my word. I know, believe it or not, what I'm doing.
Oh no, what's my
Besides,
chick's name?
I want to check in with Valis and see what the situation is with that beacon.
Tell her what happened to me, would you?
I don't remember my lady's name. What's my lady's name? Why everybody's name gotta be so weird?
Zoran.
Can't you just be Susan?
Zoran sounds like Susan.
Susan's pretty close to Sora. Go
Yeah.
find Susan. She's my accomplice within my trust. Very talented. We have a business arrangement.
Zoran, the
pull-
alchemist.
I'll pull out a small piece of paper with a list that I've been scribbling on as we've been going up the mountain, trying to keep tabs of what our party has been consuming and the resources we've been running out of. Hand her a list. As oh god, it's so much money. As she'll open up her bag and just start pulling out sacks, fucking put it down on the ground. Take this. Here's another 1,000, another 1,000, another 1,000.
As more money than most of you have ever seen in one pile comes from Sophia in a matter of just a minute or so, as Kira quietly picks up these sacks and places them in her own bag, and seemingly they seem to just fall away. A comprehensive list. To be expected of someone of your intelligence. And she rolls it up. See if I can get you a bargain on some of this as well. Unless there's anything else. She flashes a sort of smile to you, Nix.
Nix is just reviewing the note really quick. Potions are fine, but if you can find any spell scrolls of healing magic, that would also be beneficial. Much rather use scrolls than potions if we find ourselves a moment of rest, but also cannot rest.
I'll see what I can do. I'll check in with the temple.
You say hi to Michaela for me.
Of course, I'll let them both know that you all are doing well, and how far you've made it.
Thank you.
Unless there's anything else, you see that distinctive build of power, that flash and sort of slight light begin to sort of shimmer across Kira's skin as a familiar face reappears now on the top of Nyx's lantern. The small little canary, Kiki, and in a similar flash, in a streak of golden light, Kira is gone.
I gently brush a finger in front of Kiki. Considering there are multiple layers to this place, shall we hike all the way to the top, start there, and work our way down?
I assume it is meant for some sort of chronological order. At least I hope.
Oh no, I'm not assuming. I just think it would be much easier to have to hike up once without stopping, and then go down, as opposed to climbing up, stopping, climbing up, stopping, climbing up, stopping, and then have to go all the way back down. It's a personal preference.
Look at Nyx. Confusion on my face. Whatever.
I will follow whichever we decide.
Yeah, it seems like looking ahead of yourselves, following this path and going up past these tombs. It seems like you have like stretches of stone leading between them, where you'll just end up walking past some of them.
Wait, say that again?
We're walking past all of them anyways.
Yeah, going
We're
up.
literally walking past them just so we can look at them on their way back down instead of looking at them on the way up.
Yeah.
It's the same distance either way.
Because it's like a zigzag sort of back and forth.
Damon did speak to you and only you, Sophia, so I'm going to trust you to take the lead in this one.
So we start walking up.
All right.
I'm just old and tired of hiking is all. As I use my lantern staff as a walking stick.
So I'll pack you guys up. Get over here.
No.
You can see two more of these crypts quite close to one another. As passing the first one on your left, you see once again that same 4 columns, that same stone archway with that same crystalline gemstone door, allowing you to see within. And adorned atop this one, Adonis Nordagan. A familiar name to most of you, actually, one of the most famous noble families in Mithras.
Oh, the
Oath
nerd
sworn.
dragons.
Can you post the name? I'm trying to write down.
Nerd dragon.
Dragon.
Nerd.
Adonis Nordagan. Oath sworn of Oathsworn Raspytrion.
Are all the dragons' names in Draconic, or is the whole thing in Draconic?
Getting inferior to translate for us.
Raspytrion. What's the dragon's name?
This one seemingly has a not an amendment, but something in addition underneath the stone, though not particularly remarkable, just an interesting sort of note. Most beautiful of dragon lords. But his sword work had been as beautiful.
Wow. Wow, Tomb. Fucking throwing shade, Jesus.
Epithets, man. Epithets. Greek mythos.
Sort of sucked at being a swordsman, but I guess he was pretty.
That's Greek heroes for you. They will talk shit about you after you die.
It's quite amusing.
Nyx makes her way towards the front of the group to look through the door. Well, I'd imagine as the prettiest one, their mural should be all about gallivanting across Thylea. As I peer through the door.
You have to realize beauty standards have drastically changed over the last 200 years or so. I expect to see a lot of body hair.
It's funny. So looking in, you see a beautiful sarcophagus hewn from bright white marble, standing in the center of the tomb, straight up. The lid is carved with the likeness of a single handsome warrior wearing a elegant suit of armor that is obviously, especially to your very well-trained eye, Atreus, more ornamental than practical. And you can see carvings and murals along the interior walls that depict like what look like sort of glorious battlefields, but always there is a focus on Adonis in such a way. Oh God, what happened? There we go. Sorry, something happened on the stream camera. A focus on Adonis to not so much depict prowess in battle or a brutality or something like Tillamook. Instead, he just looks almost like the modern depiction of heroism. He is this forward figure that's looks out into the battlefield, his sword pointed forward, his hair long and luxurious and golden catching the wind. He always looks beautiful in every single one of these murals, but there is no conveyance of great victories or strategy. It is hubris and narcissism made manifest on tomb walls. And you notice the rank and file soldiers are rather minimized in comparison to his beautiful self, and there are depictions of a great brass dragon in some of these battlefields and the like, but Adonis, much like Tillamook, stands alone in all of his depictions.
starting to get a picture what they're trying to say.
Don't think I would have liked this one.
First, a depiction of brutality, something that would strike fear in enemies. Now, something beautiful that stands out in the turmoils of it all. Something to build heroes. At least how people saw them.
But oh. Imperial kind of makes a little frustrated sound, but doesn't continue talking.
What was that? The fuck was that? A random
shit.
cartoon lady that just popped up around us. What was that?
A mistake?
What did you
Yeah.
do?
I actually don't know why that was still in my clipboard. I'm surprised I haven't copied
Just
anything.
a random cartoon lady.
It was from my my goofy response to something John said in the Discord. I just have not I haven't been on my computer since last night. Jesus. So I haven't needed to copy anything. Thank goodness. Otherwise, it could have been far worse.
Nyx is just gonna put a hand on Inferior's shoulder. We've only seen two thus far. There's plenty more. Perhaps the story will come together.
It's not the story not coming together, it's just... don't think I would have liked them.
Oh no. Are your dreamiest of fantasies of the Dragonlords slowly being shattered before your very eyes, young one?
Shut up.
Or are they being formed?
They don't... there's... Telemark didn't have any... and she just kind of chases after Nyx. Telemark didn't have any depictions of Tysophilae, whatever, freaking
Tisafale.
Tysophilae. And Adonis barely had any I can't talk today, apparently.
Respitrion.
Respitrion.
Raspberry.
And those he did have, he put himself in a more prominent position. Do you know how much more impressive dragons are than people?
You do bring up a very interesting point. Nyx is going to read the name on this third tomb.
Are you? Or is Fury gonna do it?
Nyx is going to do it.
Oh. You know Draconic? Get out of here!
Estor Arklander.
Estor Arklander, Oathsworn of...
Arcrania.
Crania.
Arcrania. As Nyx actually does end up being able to read that.
Arcurania?
Arcrania.
Crania.
Arcarania. Archirania.
Arcana.
My goodness.
Arc.
Oh my goodness.
R. His name is R. Alright.
Arg.
Christen.
Arg!
Little Arky.
Arg.
Come here, Arky.
Oh my god.
You have now been successfully christened.
This poor DM, he has names for all of these fucks, and all we're just gonna do is make fun of them.
I also
So
wrote up
awful.
the phonetic spellings too to make sure that I would be able to pronounce them and let you know how they're pronounced.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
So like
Okay, Sarah.
so like this is Tisofale.
Tisopale. Very Italian.
Tisofali.
Tisopale.
And
Tisofali.
then Ras. This one has a bit more emphasis. Raspai tree on.
Patreon.
Did you go past an Arclander? Yeah, Telemark was an Arclander.
And then R.
Archirenia.
What
Archirenia.
personification of perfection does this one stand for?
Oh no.
How is that bottle so full? Just spilled shit all over myself.
Nope. Nope.
No, go on. I'll ask my question after. I was going to ask for Nyx to try to think back on what the dragons were doing in the last two tombs. And you said there
Imperial-
wasn't. And you said there wasn't a depiction of a Tisufali in what's his face in Telemach's tomb.
Empiria was able to see all of them, but stepped away before the one that moved. And is now sitting on the ground, with her back against the wall over here, with her face in her hands.
This last panel, I wonder if it's before they went for the Oath of Peace. Estor's dragon abandoned him.
As she should have.
Certainly seems so in the depiction of the ship. Cautionary tale, maybe. Seems to be betrayal, but then why show him still taking up the cause in which everyone heralds?
What's the story of Estor? Slaughtered the defenseless members of Thylea, such as nymphs, his dragon, trying to stop him or dissuade him, ultimately leaving, and Estor leading a ship.
Hmm.
The ghost ship.
Sophia just sort of has a amusing look on her face. She turns, starts to walk back up the way again, past an inferior. There's still more to be said, very.
I extend a
What was
hand
that?
out to you.
I didn't hear you, Brendan.
Still more to be said, still more to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
I extend a hand to Imperia.
She solidly ignores you.
And I pat her on the shoulder and continue moving on.
I suppose whatever you do, you're still a Dragon Lord, huh?
Precisely. Even if these are depicting them as horrible people, they're still being remembered fondly.
Imperia's kind of will get up eventually and follow sullenly.
I mean, just the trip up to this place alone is dangerous and almost impossible for many. No doubt a lot of these stories have been lost to time.
They were still written for a reason. Why draw them if they were not meant to be seen?
I didn't say they were meant to be seen, they are preserved here. But over centuries and centuries, most do not live that long. It's possible that details started to fall away. Not on purpose. Some stories get talked about more than others. Astor creating the Stone of Astoria that stopped the place from flooding constantly with rain. That's a story that would persist, merely because people would continue to tell it, not necessarily because they were forced to stop telling other stories.
I agree. The understanding of our history, common folk, even those who study it, may not match the truth of it all. But still, this place was built, I hope, to tell somewhat of a truth of what the people that built it wanted those to see. They wanted those to see it to know of the sins, I suppose, of one of the Dragon Lords.
A
See
lesson
what the
that
rest
is
of the story is they have to tell.
It's as you said, some sort of lesson for us to have learned. Probably something that they would have been better off knowing before their deaths.
Did well on the last one. Could you translate for me? He points up at the text.
Let me see. It is on Phobos, a swan of Cyril Corax.
Well, I was not even close.
What, how you were spelling it?
Yeah. Rise on Phobos, no Phobios.
I got the I right, but I instead of an O, I did an
Cybelcorax,
A.
not Sybil. No.
Any epitaphs on this one? No fun.
Inside, eat the crystal away and looked inside. I know I sniffed. What? Nestled in the clouds, what?
Lion, your microphone's not coming through on stream.
There we go. Must have hit the wrong button.
A cloud giant. Awaiting. Open arms. Welcoming her.
Well, at least this one seems to respect her companion.
A story of basic heroics. Meeting a lover, having a child, and like a fairy tale, happily ever after, it seems. Bit of tragedy, but like an everyday fable. Interesting.
Are there...
One final note. You do notice, not on the murals, but in the tomb itself, 6 very large skeletons. All minotaurs.
Interesting.
A bit macabre, but that is what you
She
notice.
boning those minotaurs? She takes some minotaurs with her?
She totally took all 6 of them at once.
Little freaky, but alright, you do you.
And to do something while her lover was away.
Stop!
All these Minotaur warriors.
Famously known for taking 6 slaves from the battlefield.
All training. It's like the Olympics, you know. You gotta... I'll put that in.
Oh my god, stop.
Are there any other stories of Rizon that would be known in the world of Thylea? I'm only asking because in our travels we've heard a lot of like Astor and Arklanders come up a couple times, so it's like this is the first as a player I'm hearing of Rizon, so I'm trying to see if my character knows anything else.
It is known that she oversaw the Dragon Lords after the death of Xander. She was his second in command to the Order, and it's pretty common knowledge amongst those who've studied the Dragon Lords that they were sort of rivals in a friendly kind of way. Though, give me a history check. It's relatively hard.
Headband of intellect, don't fail me now.
History.
God, motherfuck.
With a 17 and an 8, not much else is coming to your mind. There's, of course, military campaigns and things like that, but there's no great city or something of that nature attributed to her.
And anything that I would know what the castle in the cloud signifies other than generic heaven? No, we don't have
Not
a
a clue.
depiction of that? Oh.
That
Not a clue.
comes up blank for you.
This is the only one that I haven't been outright disappointed by.
I've been giving a lot of thought to what you mentioned earlier about how the dragons are depicted in the other Dragon Lord tombs. You are correct. I'm starting to notice it too. Not only did she seem to respect her dragon, but it did seem that in this case they were a team. They were aligned.
None of the dragons were belongings of the Dragon Lords next. Her dragon is not an accurate way of saying it. But the first 3, well, it seems that's the way they treated the dragons. If anything, the humans belonged to the dragons more than the dragons belonged to the humans. It was an oath-sworn bond, not of ownership or submission or subjugation or anything like that, but of companionship. An agreement.
One that has to be made by both of them.
Yes. to respect each other.
Whereas Adonis, Telemark, and Estor seem to either not think of them at all, or they're merely in the background, or an adversary.
Or a slave.
As I'm going to move forward and read the next tomb for Sophia.
You see Sophia just standing there with a torch laying on the ground. She's sitting on the ground, waiting for everybody to catch up, scribbling in her notebook. She just points her quill up at the top of the door as you start to approach.
Yes, I've got it.
This one is easy because it's not in Draconic, and the other ones
Ooh.
have been they've been in common, save for the dragon's name, but this one is only in common. Cosmo Phobos, son of Risen Phobos.
Oathsworn or not?
No mention of Oathsworn.
Risen Son has a tomb, though seems only as descendant of a Dragon Lord.
Not as one himself.
Sophia stands up. See if he earned it or not.
Yeah, push that interact button. You gotta hold the interact button in order to start the this depiction.
Button
The
mash,
the camera
button
pans
mash.
through through the different scenes. Now, looking into this, it's actually, I wouldn't say refreshing, but it's different. It's rather simple. The tomb seems to be a simple gray marble, and the murals are relatively plain in comparison to those you've seen thus far. They are not grand depictions of battle or savagery or teamwork. They are a depiction of a fresh-faced and handsome man, seemingly well-trained. He seems like a soldier, but he also seems like he has a good head on his shoulders. It shows him meeting with nobles and merchants, both in Metrosian and Nestorian and Arisian colors, and arbitrating deals and diplomatic meetings. It shows him at the head of many a discussion table, as though Cosmo seems to be directing, it seems, the first steps of civilization, at least post the Oath of Peace. It is known that Risen succeeded Xander, but not for very long. It was but a transitionary period. Cosmo is more considered the true successor to Xander in leading the Dragon Lords, now in an era of peace. It shows Cosmo on another mural meeting with the creatures of the old woods and deciding, it seems, the limitations of Mitros' reach into the inner coastline, a meeting with druids and powerful entities depicted of wood and covered in druidic markings, and depictions that you would be familiar with in Furia as treants.
Ah.
And it seems like Cosmo's life, as it's displayed, you don't see any signs of other Dragon Lords. You don't see any signs of a family. You don't see any signs of anything. Much like those you've seen before them, each one of these Dragon Lords is distinctly, almost always, alone, save for a few moments for Risen. In the end, the final panel shows Cosmo. Oh, did we lose Peter? You get back here. It shows Cosmo flying up to that same lonely castle, surrounded by clouds.
Fascinating.
I wonder what that castle is.
It's probably not Telemark. As much as we're floating, we're not floating in the clouds, and we're not a castle.
I'm assuming simply symbolism, showing that someone's entire life was overall good and that they were rewarded for it.
I wouldn't be so sure of that, but perhaps. It wouldn't do to assume anything at the moment.
Fiction of common man taking over the world. Symbolism at the end does interest me, but another idea, I suppose, in my mind. Although I'm not sure if Damon liked the conclusion I'm coming to.
What is that conclusion?
I'd rather not say unless we see the end. My mind has already changed twice on our little excursion here. To come to a conclusion now would be a waste of time.
Is this the last one, or is there another?
Oh, there's quite a number more. There are
Hundreds!
It's not
Oh,
hundreds.
okay. I had to scroll. I had to scroll all the way like out from the map.
Yeah. Coming to that one. This is a name that sits in a bit of infamy, especially for you, Inferior.
Oh.
Nikolaus Phobos, blessed of Sidon.
Oh.
Known to be the last leader of the Dragon Lords. This tomb is in good condition as compared to some of the earlier ones, much more like Balmytria's, as though it has been maintained, though it is still sealed by this strange crystal in front of it. The murals are bright inside, and they depict a man who is, it seems, in equal parts sailor and king, it seems, of Mitros. You can see in his depictions, he always seems adorned with this breastplate with a maelstrom swirl upon it, this strange hurricane-like symbol, the original symbol of Sidon.
Inferior wrinkles her nose in disgust. Moving on.
What's he doing? Just being in there?
It seems like his life is, in comparison to those who came before him, rather unremarkable. It seems that he is resting upon the laurels of others' successes and is depicted as simply being king and not really ushering in great change or meeting in diplomacy or in battle. It seems he is just a period, a stopping point, the end of a list for the leaders of the Dragon Lords.
His entire life left to a footnote. No praises, no curses. Strange.
There's nothing to praise.
Is Nicholas
Nothing to criticize either.
Is Nicholas Phobos the son of Cosmo Phobos? Is that what we're seeing this trail here, or are they connected in another way?
It seems to most likely at least be a descendant. A great deal of time between the two. There is, no depiction of, brotherhood or unity or allies, really. It is, like most of the others, rather self-centered and focused.
Interesting. The end of the Dragon Lords would be... well... moving on.
Now, passing through this area here is an interesting break in pattern. You're walking along this stone, and your torchlight catches a glint of something. Stuck into the wall, but not adorned with pillars, not adorned with stone, but simple crystal tombs nonetheless.
Sophia, wait. There's some more over here.
It seems more of these footnotes is a way of putting it. Members of this order who perhaps did not live up to prestige or did not have a great amount to them. One, Gregor Horath. Oath sworn of Hezbollah. Simply etched into the stone above his crystalline door. His murals are simple, and his crypt is empty. It has no sarcophagus. The murals, painted and unmoving, seemingly tell the story of a young man traveling the islands and waters of Thylea, alongside a gorgeous and swift brass dragon. The man and the dragon are both, however, missing from the final panel towards the back. This, another break in this pattern, showing a simple, grieving woman looking out across a stormy sea from what looks like a palace balcony.
This one, it would appear, was lost at sea. Him and his companion.
In his honor, a formality more than anything, it seems.
What was the scenery that Risen was looking out from in that panel where she was alone?
It showed Risen seemingly looking out from standing armored and looking out from castle battlements.
Looking out from, but what is she looking to? Or is she looking towards the viewer?
Looking towards the viewer.
Okay, never mind. That doesn't help me.
Moving on.
Another,
So there were a lot of these little ones?
There's a few of them, yeah. This, you see... Where are you? This one's interesting, because passing in front of the crystal, you can see towards the bottom left, there is a distinct hole in that crystal. Cut through and breached into. Looking inside, and you can sort of still smell it. This crypt smells of fire. It smells of soot. And it seems to darken the floors and walls of this tomb. The sarcophagus in the middle of it is opened, and there seems to be the likeness of a young man carved onto the top of it. But just past the soot on the walls is a depiction of a man, it seems, consumed by study. He wears scholarly robes, and he seems to be depicted as developing magic, working on scrolls, and presenting orations to, it seems, large crowds of sort of faceless fellow scholars. His life, this of Dorian Nuradegan, seems consumed in solitary study, focused on the academy.
Grave robbers.
Don't seem like the handiwork of the gentleman we ran into quite a while ago.
Gentleman. Bastard, more like.
Dagon, descendant of one of the Dragon Lords. Gained their fortune through education, it seems. Wonder when they turned into what they're known as.
Yeah, you
They
would
had
know.
many generations to do it.
You would know Dorian was the last nerd Dagon to take on the mantle of Dragon Lord. Give me 1 second. There is one more, I think, of these guys. Where is he at?
Well, this is
Ah.
not so much chronological, but simply in order of importance, it seems.
Right.
Their influence in history, maybe.
Hmm.
This, another small tomb, still sealed with crystal, is Lysis Archelander.
Another Arcanda.
This
Seems
one
as
a
awful as the other two.
this one a black marble tomb, and you can see a continuation of brutality, though it takes a different form. It is not a wielding of martial prowess and brute strength like his forefathers. It is a wielding wicked and cruel of authority. There is depictions of a king with an obvious glint of madness upon his face. He sits alone
Oh,
on a wicked and painful looking throne that seems to be contorted and twisted metal. It almost reminds you of Telemach's armor in his final depiction, choking out the manticore. You can see faceless nobles sort of whispering to each other all at his feet as he seems to tower over them with hatred etched into his face.
oh goody.
And the main panel shows a very familiar face, though a bit younger and a lot more sober. You see a depiction of Pythor standing triumphant over Lysis Archlander, his blade dripping with blood, and Lysis laying dead upon the stone.
I'll have to congratulate him next time I see him.
What's this tomb like?
What do you mean?
That guy. What is his name? Archlander? The guy that Pythor like usurped or whatever.
Lysis.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Lysis Archlander. It
Yeah,
seemed to
what is this tomb
be
like?
Yeah, it seemed to be depicting Archlander not wielding his sword and his power against foes, not cutting them down discriminately, but wielding his authority to pit nobility against each other, sort of just wielding authority in a cruel and malicious fashion. He's known as the Mad King that Pythor needed to strike down and take over rulership of Astoria from.
First appearance of the god. Not exactly shown godly. Hmm.
I think one of the things that I'm learning from this is that one must be very, very wary of the way that power corrupts. Complete or total power corrupts totally.
And then once again, the pillars, the stone framing, the more magnificence seems to return as you continue along your path. This time stopping in front of a tomb quite close to Balmaitria's, though a bit elevated. Isidore Hiorath. A name that rings familiar for you, I want to say, Sophia, from your inquiry with Valis. You were concerned about if you were to take your chances and try to pillage these tombs, if there were any to be worried about. And she mentioned Nicholas Phobos, blessed by Sidon, and also Isidore Hurath, stating that she was Damon's goddaughter. The sarcophagus of this crypt depicts, again canted at an angle, an athletic woman of, it seems, regal bearing. She almost looks, strangely enough, almost like a blend between Valis and Kira. That short, sort of athletic cut of her hair, and this prowess, but also this confidence. The murals in the tome show her competing in foot races, javelin throwing, and a series of other competitive games. One of their murals seeming to shift, much like Estor's, showing her at, it seems, different stages of her life and at different great games throughout history. Always competing, always alone, and quite often winning. Though alone is an interesting way of putting it, because usually in all of these depictions, tucked away to the side, almost a footnote in itself, is a man in a black, thick cloak with golden runes along the fringe, the spitting image of Damon.
Damon the Guardian.
She is a lone arrow shooting out past all the competition in all of her depictions. Her only partner in celebration, the silent Archlich.
Always watching. Always guarding.
It's a little sweet.
Yes.
You all would know she was one of the people to lead and rule the Dragon Lords during the era of peace. And it was with her death that Damon finally retreated from Mitros entirely.
Interesting that there's not really any depictions of her leading, only of her competing. Almost as if leading was not something she cared for.
I think the only important thing she did is that which was guided by her father's hand, or godfather.
Interesting.
Are we at the inn? Or is there more?
Oh, there's probably more.
No, there's another.
Hold up. Yeah, you can see from your elevation that there are two more tombs across the way at your current height, further up north, and a bridge to your right from this elevation out over into the stone back where you came from.
It's across the bridge.
We continue our path and then find the isolated last.
I suppose. I wonder, though. Wouldn't
I
not
assume there's a reason it's cut off from the rest.
be... That's a guess.
It doesn't super seem to be. It just seems like it just
God
seems
says,
like,
no, it's just sort of the map, fuck off.
yeah, it's sort of the map.
I don't know, they just really liked bridges. They were like, hey, when you bury me, put me at the end of a bridge, because fucking bridges are awesome.
Eh.
We go over there anyway. Never mind, whee!
Where,
No, I
where did
guess
we end up?
I guess the tour is over.
The tour guide pops up and goes, no, this way, please. Right
Can
this
you-
way. This way,
Right
please.
this way. Don't go that
Mark,
way, otherwise
can
we
you
kick you out of the tomb,
Can't
idiot.
think.
Yeah, this one's just like in a weird place. Bear with me on this one. Sorry. Yeah, this tomb is framed much like the others with the four columns once again, and you see inside, strangely enough, kind of like Risens, these strange sort of guardians inside of the tomb, though not skeletons. Two identical clay statues that depict a handsome man standing on either side of a gray marble sarcophagus, which is also the same man. You can see him throughout the tomb's murals, all of them, it seems, almost depicting him much in the same way as Adonis, though not really focusing on his beauty. There is a handsomeness to him, but it is not remarkable. Instead, every depiction focuses on his immense wealth. He is dressed and presented and depicted like medieval kings that we would know of today. Each portrait lonely and empty, but this man, in all of his displays, has joy and triumph on his face. Inlays of gold, silver, and precious gemstones all glitter from inside of the murals, inside of this crypt, a sharp contrast to the fading colors that comprise the others.
Great, another greedy, egotistical bastard.
Mitro the Magnificent, etched above his tomb.
Gross.
How many more tombs?
We saw 2 more back the way we came.
Hmm.
So
I think I'm starting to paint an image of what that spirit might ask of us or what have you. Or what the answer is. I think.
That they were all horrible? Yes.
Do not be so childish, Amphibia.
Childish.
I wouldn't
Hmm.
use that term.
The
But I would.
solution to bad history isn't to cover it up and pretend like it didn't happen.
I don't want them to cover it up and pretend it didn't happen. I'm just disappointed.
Certainly. But this is what I am starting to come to terms with. Starting to form.
They were all horrible.
At least in my opinion. No. It does not matter what you do. As long as you do something. Impact the world in some way. Make history. For
I
good
would
or for bad.
disagree.
I don't.
The
As
persistent
he
story.
gestures around, you saw the great elaborate tombs. They had full moving works of art. Even if they were a bad person.
Not
And
to
then you had the
mention-
other ones, as he gestures down the hallway, who had less elaborate tombs, but they didn't do, I suppose, anything remarkable.
I guess that might be the message here, but I think it's a horrible one.
How is that phrase? It is not ours the question, but ours is the do or die. Probably something like that.
now we're skipping one.
Skip all of them,
Climbing on top of one.
because even if they
Yeah,
did
it seems
bad
like
things,
you're above one. You can see like the tops of a series of pillars and large statues.
Why we
It
get
seems like
moved
it's at
down
this. It seems like it's at the same level as the steps of Bal Maitria, a much larger and more innate entrance or depiction. It seems.
I was gonna walk down there and check out that other one. My feet just maybe climb this hill
jump
for some
off.
reason.
Jump off the cliff. Whee!
Ah!
Alright, how much
Yeet!
fall
Oh god!
damage? Where are we going?
Strange gravity in this place. It's just yanking us
I don't know.
around.
An invisible force is moving us.
It would be about a 20-foot drop down there because you guys are up, walking from Isidore's up there.
Okay,
and back
anyways,
across
we
the
drop
bridge.
off 20 feet, we take 36, we fall prone, we get back up.
Break my legs.
What was I gonna say? Even if they were objectively bad or good, they were still honored as Dragon Lords and buried as such.
Hmm.
That's what I think. That's why I'm drawing that conclusion. As
Hmm.
long as you do something.
Hmm.
Hate to believe that that is the lesson that Damon believes is worth learning.
Agreed.
Atreus
Oh.
shrugs. That's the one I'm
Perhaps.
drawing upon.
I do
Perhaps
not think
there's
it's.
Perhaps it is the danger of that view.
I think it's merely something that we are learning about the Dragon Lords, but not necessarily something the Dragon Lords should have learned for themselves.
Hubris? Yes, I suppose we
Hubris
can
is
all learn
deadly.
something about hubris. Looks at Nyx.
Hubris consumes all of us in one way or another. Nyx goes to read the text atop the tomb.
Oh, you guys just jumped down 25 feet?
Well, we didn't go up that way.
Okay, well, we're not the
We-
ones that just like
Yeah,
teleported
you
ourselves
just
above
moved
it.
our tokens around. I had no idea how we got to that last tomb. I had no
So
idea
yes,
how we got out.
There you go, I take 3 damage and fall prone.
Who challenged? I fall on top of Atreus. He catches me.
It
Yeah, I can't
says in golden text, the Hall of Xander.
Hall of Zenda. And is it enterable?
It certainly seems that way.
Commander.
This might be where the challenge begins.
I guess not.
It
Oh,
would
I thought
certainly
we
make
were-
sense.
I thought
Most
we were
likely.
doing the challenge.
Well, I mean, like the physical part of it.
I believe if Damon finds us worthy, we will once he arrives. Or returns, rather. Is there
Nyx
anything to
is-
be gleaned from this, or does it literally
Nyx
just look
is
like it opens to a
Gonna
hallway?
try. Nyx is gonna try to like stick her foot in through the threshold.
Alright, next you
It
lose your
does.
foot.
Scrolls to the Hall of Xander.
Accidentally progresses through the story.
There's an open hallway and you guys walked into it? What the
Hey,
fuck?
it was outside of your line of sight. I was hoping you'd take the other stairs, like how you took the stairs
What
to
do
get up
you
here.
mean it was outside our
What
line of
stairs?
sight?
The stairs you took to get up to
Stairs.
see
Oh,
Telemox. Because there's like 2 more tombs at the end of the road, and then stairs down to Xander's
I
and
literally
Beaumitria's.
don't even know how we got to this point in the path. Like when you mentioned bridge, it looked like you yoinked us in a complete opposite direction than I thought we were going in.
Yeah, you
Yes.
like sent us like down here.
Yeah, because there's a random fucking tomb in the middle of the map there, and I don't know why it's there, but it's there.
Come on, map makers, get your shit together. Make your
So I
map
took you
flow.
there
What are you doing?
across the fucking bridge.
Yeah, so I don't know what you mean it was out of our line of sight. I figured, you know, once you put us back here, it was easier for us to know there was another tomb up here.
It's alright. We'll get to the last 2 tombs after the super long one. Let's see. Oh wait, I actually wrote these in a different document. Yeah. My notes. There we go. Tomb of Homeboy. So looking at this, it is a large white marble like Beaumitria's. These columns, again, serpentine in shape, depicting dragons on the 6 of them. It's an imposing portico, is the word, of these columns, and the entrance is actually closed by a heavy chiseled set of doors.
Not crystal, I'm assuming. We can't see through.
It is not crystal. It is a set of 2 stone doors, flanked by 2 statues of sitting lions, which you can kind of sort of see right there. And the center of the slab is fitted with a bronze handle. The pediment above the tomb is engraved in gold with the title Hall of Xander, amidst a series of intricate vines and laurel leaves.
I think Inferi has the truth of it. I don't think this is so much of a tomb as the entrance of the trial.
Which daemon is to give us the key?
Indeed.
So perhaps we should do the others and return here later?
Agreed.
After jumping off the cliff.
I jump back onto the cliff.
I mean, I'm just following the same platform I was on originally. I just walked straight. I just didn't go up the slope. There we
Yeah.
go. Now we're back to where the slope reconnects. Ah!
So you're gonna amend your notes ever so slightly because I couldn't actually read my on my note on the map. This tomb here on your left is Lysis Arklanders, the Mad Kings. That's his tomb, not one of the nondescript ones between Isidore and Nicholas. My bad. So that's Lysis's tomb.
He was room 11 instead of 9.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And then-
So I clumped all the little tombs as like 7.1, 7.2, 7.3.
You got fucked up!
Yeah,
Just put
my
a-
notes are fucked up. I've numbered these fucking tombs. How dare you?
I'm numbering them all too.
I hate you.
This is the last of the tombs before Xander's.
Oh, it's just this one? Okay.
Yeah, on the right hand side. And that, guess who it is? It's Ochos Arklander.
This is the last one. Okay.
Yeah. Eh.
Usos.
Osos.
Ocho. That means 8.
This isn't
Oops.
the 8th at all. This is the
Dora.
12th room.
Why is it the
My Spanish
11th
hasn't even been
tomb?
invented yet.
I don't think, is that actually how you spell Ochos? Isn't that like a
Ocho, see? See,
Yeah,
it's
okay.
ocho.
oath sworn of
Ocho.
Hexia?
Lexia. That's a name we've heard before.
Is that the one we met?
No, that's the one that like stole Thamos's sister and mom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or was there was the whole complicated thing with Hexia and Pythor and Thamos.
That's the same dragon.
That's that dragon, right?
Indeed it is.
Interesting.
As this one is another crystalline door, and you see a bronze statue of a man standing watch over this tomb. The murals on the wall depict the same man leading armies of hoplites. Though their depiction is a bit smaller than their own, it is not the same sort of narcissistic depiction like with Adonis. It seems like Ochos, in all of his depictions, values order and leadership. It shows him in clashes against the centaurs in the grasslands north of the Archelon River, leading hoplites in defense, presumably, of Astoria, and a massive emerald-colored depiction of a dragon swooping in from overhead, noxious clouds billowing from her mouth. This man is depicted as a soldier, as a leader, and as a warrior. His depiction is a simple bronze breastplate. It's unadorned. It's very modest. It's very plain. And once again, like so many others, he's alone. So I'm gonna use the restroom really quick while you guys take that in.
Seems to be the last.
There were fewer dragons than I was expecting.
Agreed. The ones that we did saw, too many of them were background or adversaries, not partners, as you've pointed out before, Inferior.
It's interesting to me that the one dragon we
Maybe the
consider.
dragons are still alive somewhere.
They have their own tomb. She points out in front of us. The tomb shoots up into the sky above us.
I'm fairly certain Hexia is still around.
Yes.
The ones that perished have their own, well, sarcophagus, I suppose. But I agree, it is strange that they are separated from the rest. Not quite honored together and not quite honored apart.
Hmm.
It is difficult to say. This place was built by someone. Impossible to be an exact recording of history. There's a reason why they made it this way. A reason of the order. It's not chronological. We saw the last of the Dragon Lords far before the end of the line of them. It's not their history of importance. It's not. Those that seem to have been footnotes, put in a corner but not left for the end, as if to be ignorable. You still have to pass by them. There is depictions of heroics and depictions of villainy, of superhuman abilities and all to human vices. They are showing them as impossible heroes and pitiable villains.
The complexities of sentient beings.
It's less than truly that the Dragon Lords were just flawed. Can it really
Just-
be that simple?
That and that power is a corrupting force, and that there were many things about the Dragon Lords that any resurrection of the Order would need to, well, if not fix, then at least be aware of the dangers. So many things.
Ah!
Ah!
Don't you ever fucking do that again.
Her fucking robot!
I didn't fucking call for you. What the fuck you doing here?
Vulcan might have sent her.
Why does she just instant
your sound did not
transmission?
I actually had her. I actually dragged her across the map for a bit, but you did call her.
Did I?
Oh yeah, a
Yeah.
while ago. Nix did.
Oh,
She asked you to get the spear.
For the
As
spearhead.
finally.
Ah.
Kefalonia de Keledon. As your servants.
Wonderful. Glad you could make it. As I pull out my spirit imprisoned spearhead. I need this to be delivered to Vulcan, please.
And sort of negative space opens.
Does anyone else need to send anything to the mines?
Find Kira, hunt her down, end her, take her spark, take that to Vulcan as well. Here, take
Disregard
this
that
gun.
last order. Ah yes, kill Vulcan's granddaughter. Or daughter? Daughter, that's right.
Her daughter. Not just daughter, but daughter.
You know, it's like, do you like me or do you like me? She is daughter or she's daughter?
Daughter.
Kefalonia, without further orders, will fly up and away with the spear.
You know something that it is I've noticed in all of these tombs that I personally find rather odd? The Dragon Lords, as we hear about them, like in Mitros and in the stories, it always feels like they were more of a collective, a team, the Dragon Lords, as a group, as opposed to a title like king or queen. In all of these depictions, they are off on their own ventures. None of them depict what they have accomplished together. Certainly, the Dragon Lords had done more as a group than bring the Oath of Peace.
Yet,
Or maybe that is precisely what they never learned how to do.
Yet
What is the-
Bulmatria and the dragons in her tomb are all depicted together.
Yes,
The
there
dragons
are function
learned.
a llama.
What was that, Sophia?
Is it Isidore? No, it was
Risen.
Ryzen, pictured with her lover and her child.
And she was the one that was most respectful to her dragon, to others. She was not as corrupted.
Her story seemed to be a better one than the other Dragon Lords, and she was a leader of them.
And
So I
she
find
was the only one not depicted in solitude.
Precisely. Which is what makes me wonder if the other Dragon Lords depicted alone, without dragons, or dragons as background pieces or enemies. Perhaps they were consumed in their own selfishness. Maybe they
No.
were meant to work as a team. Maybe they were supposed to cooperate and they simply never did.
Perhaps that is our lesson, to never forsake our teamwork.
Well, I haven't before, and I don't plan on doing that now.
A
What?
sound of
Rocket ship taking off.
stone grinding against stone.
What?
That
To
sounds like
yourself.
we've opened a door.
But
Not the
where?
lesson.
Oh, the only stone door was Sanders. Infuriate just like yeets herself down the stairs.
Yeet!
So the lesson in all this is that the Dragon Lords failed.
Fuck, I need you to say that again, Brendan. I didn't hear you.
Then the lesson in all of this is that the Dragon Lords failed. All bound together by a name and by an oath, and yet they fail. And they will ask us to take up the same mantle. Why?
Right.
Is it not that perhaps they failed because they were all focused on themselves?
I said
not-
teamwork and the door opened.
Right. So perhaps we should take the hint from a door opening by uttering a single word. It seems like we've gone on to something that was correct. And if you're suggesting that the Dragon Lords are doomed to fail simply because they are deemed Dragon Lords, then it sounds like you're perhaps missing the grander teaching, at least what I perceived through all of this. We're the outsiders looking in. Surely there's more that we can glean simply than being a Dragon Lord means you are going to fail. So being a Dragon Lord is an oath that you take with a dragon. But you are still a person who can make mistakes and do wrong. Whether or not you are a Dragon Lord.
When I spoke to Damon, he said that I would be called upon to take up the mantle of Dragon Lord, and then showed a depiction of their failures. It's confusing. Be put into a part of a failed system.
Are you... So... Hold on. He told you you were going to take up the mantle of a Dragon Lord. He showed you the failings. And then he told you our first challenge of Xander was to learn from Dragon Lords of the past.
He did not show me their failings. This did. He told me to learn of the lesson here. But he would say afterwards I would have to take up the mantle of such a thing.
So
Did he think it
you...
was noble? Something worth failing?
Oh, Sophia. I think you've completely missed the lesson.
We don't repeat their mistakes. Not that being a Dragon Lord is a bad thing, but that these Dragon Lords made many mistakes and were very flawed and failed because they didn't stick together as a team.
Precisely. Do you know what one of the most common failings that I have seen in my long, long life of Thylea? Can you guess?
What?
People do not take lessons from history and learn from them. They make the same mistakes. They take the same routes, even though there are stories upon stories as to why some of their choices are incorrect and are doomed to fail. And yet, people continue to make them, either because they think it will be different for them, because of hubris, or because they simply believe that those mistakes were not mistakes. We have been presented with Dragon Lords, people that are celebrated as heroes. We have seen their mistakes. It's a warning, Sophia. Why is it a mistake for them to have been alone? Why is it a mistake for all of them to be depicted with victories that are only of them? Why is it that only a handful of the Dragon Lords, a group that's supposed to be revered, why is only a handful of them depicted with others? And why do the rest of them end alone? What is the difference there?
It's hard for me to say. I understand the lesson that is wanted to be taught, but Damon is a student of the Pale Moon Law. Her first student, my ancestor who found her. I've learned that she aided the Dragon Lords long ago. Did not gain in the fame and fortune, for she did not seek it. She aided them alone and in the shadows, and was possible to bring about victories they did gain. It's Damon trying to tell me that my ancestor was wrong.
Your ancestor is not depicted here.
Exactly. I
That's
think the
okay.
lesson here is just as you said. Future generations will see this place and make the same mistakes as the past.
And we, as the ones to potentially be the next Dragon Lords, we have a choice. Do we make the same mistakes as them, Sophia?
No.
No,
And that's our answer.
I pose two lessons to be learned here. One, that the Dragon Lords could have been greater. They could have been united. They could have done more.
And better.
Or two, that there is no purpose behind being a Dragon Lord.
I think perhaps you should go with the first one. The second one's a little overthinking it. As I pat Sophia's head.
What? Is the store open or not? Was I correct or was I wrong?
It is wide open.
Yeah.
And I gesture.
Curious solves the riddle again.
I gesture to the open doorway. As it seems, the first answer is the key.
This place
Good.
was built by someone. That's all Sophia says?
Get yourselves, I gave you guys some laurels for that excellent RP. As
Hey.
Good job, guys.
looking into this hall, it is open and it seems to be beckoning you in. There's not a crystalline door to be seen, but assuming that you walk within your yes, good job.
Yoink!
Your lanterns and torches show you quite quickly along the hall to your left and right are inset torches stretching down a long and expansive hall. And as you enter, those torches alight, stretching down this
Ooh.
hall quite a way. Stone archways and pillars holding up the ceiling as you walk in. And entering into this place and into this open end point, a large stone square room about the same size as Bal Maitria's mausoleum. There are so many murals and carvings all over the walls, ceiling, and floor. This hall seems to illustrate the history of Xander and the Dragon Lords who came to Thylea 500 years ago. But on your left, as you come in, the initial mosaic depicts an idyllic land. The colors are sharp and beautiful: green, blues, whites. You see massive stone structures, unlike anything you've ever seen, save once. A strange castle floating in the sky.
Oh.
These buildings are much like that one, though stuck to the earth. You see what you, as players, would recognize as typical medieval fare. The clothing is very different compared to anything you've ever seen, much more layered and colorful in patterns rather than the sort of monochromatic coloring of robes even the fanciest nobles wear are typically lots of solid colors. This is a strange mixture of fabrics and just culture that you've never seen before.
Weird.
You see what you presume to be warriors. They seem to be wearing armor, but it is gray in color, heavy, thick plates, helms blocking faces with simple eye slits. No brush helms. Instead, strange cloth tabards swinging between legs, carrying different symbols upon them. You see knights. You see princess. It is an odd sight, but at the same time, strangely familiar in some respects. Some assimilation of the Dragon Lord's influence on Thylea. And then you see a golden chalice, simple and clean in its craft, but beautiful, almost painfully so. Looking upon it, you almost wish you could see it with your own eyes. This depiction has to fall short. And then it is shown again, this time with many hands upon it, grabbing and grasping at different parts of this cup, pulling on it more and more. And then a final depiction. The chalice is broken into a bunch of pieces scattered onto, it looks like, a simple purple resting place. The idyllic land is shown again. Aflame. War consuming it. Not between men, but against horrific, twisted, horned creatures. Black and red in color, strange bat wings, massive twisted horns, and fire wreathed upon their hands. A familiar sight to some of you. Something summoned forth on the mountains. But this time, hundreds of them, spilling over the countryside like an endless horde. The armies of mortal men, aided by, you can see, flights of dragons, wizards, and caster alike, bring forth the best humanity has to offer. And time again, they are shown falling short. Further on, as you actually come into the square part of this room and continue with this depiction, much more chronological now, continuing along the left side of this, you see a massive carving of an expansive landmass. It's reminiscent almost of like the maps of Thylea, but you don't recognize this place. This continent, this land, you've never seen it before. But all across it, all along the north, south, east, and west, flames etched into the map itself, encroaching further and further and further as you watch it progress. There is one single bastion of man, a small central space with a small inlet to the ocean. And nestled right into that little inlet, labeling this little bastion, Avalon.
Home of the Dragon Lords.
I'm giving Mel time to get out another book. All right, time's up. A council.
Bitch! Avalon is the answers he seeks are in the necropolis. That was. Oh wait, no, fuck! I don't think I was in this conversation. No, wait, I was. This was the fucking scroll. As Nyx is going to quickly go through her bag and pull out the third scroll from Azarios and quickly unfurl it. Oh fuck! Kira's not here, but the scroll written in Celestial. Looks like Nyx can understand it now. Azorius spoke to Mitros. The Nether Sea was connected to something, and she told him that the answer that he sought was Avalon within the necropolis.
Avalon. Within the necropolis.
Where the Dragon Lords had come from.
Why would they want to seek out somewhere that had fallen? Seemed like that land is all but lost.
Perhaps. However, there's much to be learnt about a people by where they are from, whether or not that place is lost. Themis is lost. Yet that is where I am from, and I will forever seek it out.
Only reason I can see to hide it away from history would be to guard those that would seek it out. These depictions are correct. Those lands have been eaten by these infernal creatures, it seems. Those that are not from this plane at all. They fled there. The last place they could live. Came here. And to protect those that came here from ever trying to return, to re-inviting calamity, they made it so the old place never existed. So we would not venture to find it.
Indeed, it seems, as you continue looking across the murals depicted, this history laid out, Sophia's foresight bears fruit. A council is shown. A proud-looking, bearded man is depicted passing a decree, and a very young warrior, maybe 17, 18 years old, rises. Single name etched above his head. Xander. And rising alongside him, Telemach, Estor, Risen. The original Dragon Lords. All of them in their youth. Another council is shown, this time not human, this time dragon. A massive, and when I say massive, I mean it takes up the entire 20-foot section of wall, depiction of a dragon. It seems silver in color, but those of you more familiar with perhaps metals would recognize it with a distinctive grayish hue to it. Platinum. A massive, regal dragon. Huge horns coming out of the top of his head. Looks down to a single dragon, silver in color. A smaller, younger Bolmitria. It seems a decree passed amongst the dragons as well. Quite quickly, it is shown alongside a select few thousand citizens, the people of Avalon, their protective dragon lords, and all the resources they can muster, sail out into the ocean, into that inlet, away from a burning world, away from their hell. That bearded man and that massive platinum worm ride out into battle one last time. There is a depiction of a fleet, 12 ships, and a large dragon flight moving between their masts and over top of them, a variety of colors, much like the one shown in Bolmitria. You see a red and a green, gold, silver, about a dozen or so. And they just seem to be sailing across a sea. It looks like water, but Nyx, it is all too familiar. A strange, black sea. Stars glittering within. Strange depictions of blue and green clouds, lightning crackling beneath them. As they sail upon waters you've never seen before, save for you, Nyx, having been swimming in it about a day ago. And then you see another mural showing this fleet's arrival, sailing upon blue water once again, in what appears to be an arrival to Thylea, but their fleet is smaller now, only 6 ships. Then comes the history you know. You see Xander and the Dragon Lords making landfall and starting anew in this new land. But there is a depiction of Xander alongside Bolmitria, meeting, along with the other Dragon Lords, rather, and Bolmitria, meeting proud warriors and druids of the Old Woods. Another similar meeting with an expansive Minotaur clan, one of them proud and regal in his bearing, black fur across all of his body. You see, as these murals slowly but surely shift, a display of food and drink being shared, of deals being struck, and Xander at the head of it all. Xander always, it seems, finding new allies in his journey, in his quest. He is never depicted alone. In all the mosaics, there is an evident display of unity and brotherhood between the Dragon Lords, in sharp contrast to the history of all of their own personal tombs. Xander's history is the Dragon Lords. It is the bonds he shared with each of them. You see training fights against what you can only assume to be Estor and another against Risen. That same depiction that you saw from her tomb, them clashing blades against one another, that wiry smile upon her face, his helmed visage. Drinking and joviality with Adonis and Damon. And celebrations of victory with a proud-looking nymph woman and a strong and powerful Minotaur, as he seems to clasp them by the shoulders, the two of them, this trio, together, smiles on their faces, sweat on their brow. All throughout his history, and even in Thylea, after forming, it seems, based on the armor the Minotaur and that nymph are wearing, forming the Myrmidons, Xander is always fighting on the behalf of others, living with the flaws of his allies and striving to be better, both as a leader and as a friend.
United we are strong, divided we fall.
So when did it all go wrong?
Probably when the rest of them departed for their own ventures, for their own single glory.
Did Xander die before the Oath of Peace was signed?
Indeed. He died in the middle of the war.
Probably when Xander died.
No, far before that. The first depiction we had, we walked in this tomb, is of the Dragon Lord slaughtering its inhabitants. Here we see alliances. When did they break? All was united, and then all was slaughter. Why?
God?
I will remind you of one facet of the world that you would know. The Myrmidons were a unique component of Thylea, a schism between those that lived here already with the arrival of the Dragon Lords. Those who wanted to adhere to the past, and those who believed in what the settlers had to offer, shaking off the yoke of the Titans. They formed the Myrmidons. The latter, more numerous, formed their opposition.
That was the rub. They were never united. There was always war.
Well, yes,
Where
but
we
it
stand
was...
is a lie. It shows Xander as a hero who united the land and brought all together, but that's not what happened. They took those that sympathized with them and turned them against their own. They conquered this place, united it for themselves, but not for those who lived here.
I think that might be an oversimplification, Sophia.
Besides, this part of the mural here, when they first arrived, the Thyleans that were already here, they greeted them, they aided them. I do not think they simply ran off from the destruction of their home, arrived here, and immediately started slaughtering.
The story I heard a while ago. Man, as people venturing into a new world, they found the natives. They greeted them kindly. Those that arrived soon were starving. They said the natives helped them, told them how to cultivate the land. In truth, the invaders scavenged the land, raped the people and their property, and took it for their own, and changed the history to make it seem like they were invited. We have had countless years of war, and yet we still want to believe ourselves united with this land. We have never been invited here. I'm surprised you, as a nymph, don't realize that we are invaders.
My mother's belief that so long as we shared the world of Thylea, that we should take care of each other. Dragon Lords had washed up upon our islands when they ventured off to sign the Oath of Peace. Back when the oceans were boiling and storming. In fact, it was many other Ore on my island that wanted to turn them away, fearing that the Titans that sided in Etheria would punish them if we were to aid their enemies. My mother believed differently. Several other nymphs also believe that so long as you are within the world of Thylea, you are also a child of the Great Mother.
Yes. And are we not fighting now for the same thing the Dragon Lords fought for then? Are we not fighting against the same enemy? They fought to free Thylea from the fearful reign of tyranny the Titans had upon it. And yes, they were incoming invaders, in a sense, in a way. Definitely. However, they didn't conquer indiscriminately until whatever happened to split them apart.
And I know what happened to the Gigans.
I'm not saying they were without flaws, Sophia. I'm just saying that there's not always black and white. Sometimes.
For this day and age, I don't particularly care about the morality of it. The lesson to be learned here is that within Xander's challenge, within this tomb, within the legacy of the Dragon Lords, do not entirely believe what we are told. For someone built this place.
Suit yourself.
Do you suppose there are any clues as to who it was that built this place for them? You do have a point. The person who built this place, the person who created those murals, who created the sarcophagi, the one who is depicting the pictures around here. It is a fair point she brings up that we should consider who it is that created all of this. For every author has a bias, one way or another.
Indeed.
Just in case you don't know, you guys would all know it's Damon.
You guys would what?
You guys would all know that the necropolis was put together by Damon. That's common knowledge.
Oh,
Dirty Damon.
Damon, the student of the moth,
Bad student.
the one about knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sophia.
Shame on him. Uh-oh.
In the middle of the floor of this large room, where you'd expect a tomb like the others, you instead see inlaid into the floor a massive starburst gemstone, about 20 foot in diameter, glittering with light and magic. And etched into a ring around the starburst is the following in golden, bright lettering. Let those who venture forth do so united against the challenge of Xander. Face the foe of dragonkind, the foe of mankind, and the foe of Thylea herself. If they are worthy, then may Thylea be blessed with new dragon lords forevermore.
No pressure.
The gods of their land are their own enemy.
Say that again?
The gods of their own land are their enemy.
What makes you say that?
The Titans are born of this place. Thylea was always theirs. And yet Xander claims them the enemy of Thylea.
You do not think it's possible that children could resent their parents and become monsters?
No. But they are quite good at branding what they want people to believe.
I'm still confused.
Sophia, are you starting to suggest that maybe Lutheria and Sidon are not quite that bad? Maybe we've got them all completely misunderstood. No way in hell is Sidon the one who created the hobbies, the sirens, simply because he loves watching them be miserable to worship him.
Oh, and
Lutheria,
demanding a princess as sacrifice.
Lutheria, who is quite literally toying with my fucking life, thinks it's a game for no reason. Why me? I'm nothing important.
Does make me curious of
I mean,
what
you
this
are
land
the
looked.
Oracle chosen.
Does make me curious of what this land looked like before the colonists arrived.
Probably wanted to kill everyone.
Depends on who you ask. We all have different stories.
Thylea and Cantamane themselves were part of the war against Sidon and Lutheria, their firstborn children.
Hmm. What I said before stands. I will take the words of these dragon lords with as much weight as they deserve in my mind.
As is your right. As is your right.
Do not worry. I have been told that taking up the mantle of a dragon lord will lead me to my end, so I will do so. If I believe their original purpose noble or not, if I believe their end goal noble or folly, to me, it honestly doesn't matter.
I only
A little
want,
concerning.
I only want that you do not become the one with the tomb, in which is depicted as a lonely scholar.
If after all of this and I will fall, you will have your freedom to depict me any way you like.
I'll be sure that your morals are the most colorful that we have seen in all of Thylea.
Well, we do know that unity and togetherness and whatnot was at least part of the lesson. It did open the doors.
And it does give us a wonderful insight for what is to come with the rest of this challenge.
Have
If
to
the
stick
purpose
together.
if the purpose of Xander's challenge is to see if you are worthy of becoming the next Dragon Lord, then suffice to say, I suggest it is Xander that decides what is good enough, and apparently for him, it's standing united.
There's probably a lot of other things too, but
I'm
seems
going
to have been-
to I'm going to lean very heavily in favor of the giant gemstone in the ground with the pretty letters.
Of course. But you know, you have to fight those enemies. You have to be together while you do it, but you do have to fight those enemies.
Yes,
You
I'm
have to
not
work
saying.
together as a team.
I think we're saying the same thing with different words.
Probably.
Oh, Kira's back.
Oh, hello.
Hmm. Looks like you all finished your tour.
Yes. Solved a riddle while we were at it.
Sure, give me a second. Here, a copy. Yeah. Yeah. As Kira runs up and spits out the circle. Ah, yes, let those who venture forth, blah, 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 blah.
She just starts glowing and she just starts speaking these words, echoing throughout the tubes. Let those who venture forth. No, I'm done.
As we just walk out, we just slowly close the door behind us.
Yes. Here. Kira's Mitros Hall. But get over here.
God, she brought a ghost.
God.
Did you run into a robot? It had very specific instructions from Sophia.
She throws Cathalonia's head to the ground. Oh, she tried.
Why?
Worthless robot.
Yes, I think if you double click on the ghost head, you should be able to access the hall.
I advise everyone
Uh-huh.
take at least 2 of the blessings. Inferior blights are mostly for you.
Cool.
Take the holy water.
I pulled from my own resources and picked up a few extra things.
Did I loot these? Oh yeah, loot stack.
Unless you loot the entire stack, yeah.
Can I loot the entire stack of blights?
Sure. Got them for you.
Your friend, associate, companion, contractor, Zorin.
Oil of ice? I didn't buy oil of ice. What is this doing here?
Like I said, I picked up a few things at my own whim. Your contact, Zorin, made this for you as well, as she pulls out from the hall a single whetstone.
Yay!
Okay.
What's on the whetstone?
It's distinctly,
gems.
like black in color, kind of looks like onyx. It's very dark. Actually, it looks like, kind of like obsidian. She said that she was able to use something you left with her to extract something from it and make this. The goop.
There's the bad thing. Did you make a bad thing out of it?
She made something out of the bad thing.
What did you leave with her?
Fuck.
She still has the bad thing. She was able to make a thing out of the bad thing.
I'm very confused.
We all lie.
That's okay. Only Sophia knows.
Yeah,
That's
it's
fine.
Lutheria goop that nobody knows that she had it. She made a whetstone out of it.
Oh god,
Why?
Do I have
I
any
didn't tell you to make
reaction?
anything out of it.
Do I have any reaction to it?
No.
Okay. Okay. Give me my scrolls.
Yeah, I'm not trying to like trick or bamboozle you here. I was just trying to add some cool flavor. There you go. Get your fucking whetstone of destruction. It's just a necrotic whetstone.
Who gets the whetstone?
Because I would totally destroy it, but then I'd have to fucking ask Kira to destroy it, and
Yeah,
that
who
wouldn't be
gets it?
good.
Who gets it?
We're gonna throw it. We're gonna throw it 20 feet, and we'll let y'all fight for it.
Mine.
Because yeah, you're like the only one out of the group that has like a non-magical weapon at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I think you need it.
Does the oil
Okay.
make your weapons magical?
It's gonna.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm just
Alright.
gonna shoot that over to Furia, and it's going on the ignore list. Everyone would
Take it.
also take 2 of the greater healing potions.
I
took-
took 2.
I took 6. No, I took 5.
Oh Jesus! All right. Never mind
Mine.
then. Guess Atreus is just going whole golden. Come on.
There's
Well,
like
isn't it-
6 left.
I'm
There's-
probably the one that needs them the most, all things considered.
Yeah, I took.
That's 2.
Ivis does not have one right now. I don't think.
Well, Nyx, have you tried not getting hit?
Wow.
Oh wow, what a revolutionary idea, Atreus.
Have you tried not walking at
only-
the enemy and staying next to Sophia
If
where she doesn't
only
get hit?
If only I had thought of that.
Yeah. Go do that.
Sophia
Just-
stays too far
just,
away from the battle.
Just imagine I didn't say that, Brendan. It's fine. Wasn't meant to be.
Good.
anything. My bad.
Okay, good.
She just made you a spooky whetstone out of spook juice. All right.
Juice.
It was just supposed to be flavor. I wasn't trying to like set off alarm bells or make you fucking freak out as the prep person.
The
all right?
NPC used a very important resource without your permission.
I just thought it would be cool flavor. It wasn't
Again.
not meant to you know, fuck you over.
They're just literally like, I've learned a lesson. Don't use this for stuff because it's a connection to Lutheria. I use it for something. No, don't. Now I've got to destroy it. But to destroy it, I have to tell somebody that I've been hoarding the shit.
On second thought, I want Sophia to sit there with the fucking conundrum that she put herself in.
And then Inferior's like,
Sophia-
oh, give me, and I'm like, no, you can't hoard anything. I can put it in the
Sophia,
bag. At least that's an extra
Sophia,
fucking dimension it can hide in.
Sophia Miss, in the name of science and knowledge, gives this spooky essence to her cousin, part of the family, in the good of knowledge and science, and like, don't use this spooky substance. Cousin is like, love, this is all we do.
Oh fuck. All right, good. Going into
Oils
she made a
of ice
whetstone.
and spine and stones for Inferior.
What? Say that again.
Are the other oils for Inferior?
I already took a bunch. I didn't want to take all of them.
I don't remember which ones I took, so I'm just gonna take some extras.
Yeah, this is a whole bunch of extra stuff, so you can just go ham on it.
Yeah.
Okay, I asked because the blessing, I mean, it seemed fucking obvious. Put that on your armor. Give
And
yourself
weapons.
necrotic resistance.
Just radiant damage, probably pretty good at killing undead stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
oils
that's why I
of
got
that
it
was
on
a lot
chain.
of- I wasn't sure if you just bought the oils, but it's like, alright, I expect you guys to go put this on your armor to give yourself resistance.
Yeah, a
Or-
lot of
Oils are
the
great
oil,
because we can do both.
a lot of the
we can-
random oils was just for emergency sake.
Like just in case, because we have no idea what the fuck we're going into.
Yeah, if it was like, hey, there's a room full of fire, somebody needs to get to the other side of it. I'm like, all right, I've got oil of not hurting by fire, so use this.
Not
Go
hurting
get the
by
thing.
fire.
Wait, why do I have 24 oils of blessing? Wait. Why do I have 24 of these?
You've been
So-
hoarding them, obviously.
Did I take all? What? Hang on. See,
Well,
what
what's
makes
the
that
24
really
thing?
weird? Hang on. See, what makes it fucking weird is that you can like see the transaction log like up here. Where?
It took 2, it looks like.
Yeah, why do I have 24?
Probably just old
You
ones that have built up.
You
Where
probably
can
had
you
some
see
old
the
ones. I don't think I
transaction
gave you 22 of them before. But you probably had 1 or 2 before, because I got some originally to come up here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just
spooky.
say I have 4. That's 6. No, actually, I have, and then I just have a normal one.
Okay.
Spell shock, oil, spine, storms. Okay.
Okay. Somebody explain whetstones to me again.
It's just an oil, but whenever you use it, you roll a dice for whatever it says on there. If you roll a 1 or 2, it goes down 1 dice.
And if you
It's
don't, it stays
reusable
the same.
oil.
Yeah, it
You
just
can
stays the same.
also in the top right chat bar, you click on the slab for journal entries and just start typing whetstone, and it'll show you the whetstone rules.
Well, thank
Where
you.
it says search journal entries. Yep.
Basically just an oil you can use over and over again until it runs out. When does it run out?
Sweet.
It's sort of random.
Yeah, it depends on how you roll the dice, so they can last a while if
Sweet.
you're lucky.
Or
Thank
if you're really
you.
unlucky, they can last 4 uses.
What?
The higher the dice, the much longer they're going to last.
Oh wait, my new burn thing. You should probably use a whetstone. All right, Sophia, I take it back. I activate my Pathfinder boon to go back to shop. Give me a whetstone.
It's only one whetstone.
Only got one. Takes a week to
Give
make
me
them.
another one.
I
Alright.
throw the whetstone 20 feet away and let y'all fight over it.
No, give me another whetstone. Give me like a whetstone of like I don't fucking know, like oil or something.
Why do you
I
need a
reread my
whetstone?
boon. I don't lose charges. If I use a whetstone, it doesn't lose a charge.
Oh.
It doesn't lose charges if you use them quickly. When you do the splash on or quick application, normally you only get 2 uses of their special property. You're better at splashing that stuff on, so you get all 3 uses. That's all. Whetstones will still
Oh.
break
Oh.
too.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
So if you splash your
Wait.
armor with the blessing, it means you have 3 blessing uses instead of just 2.
Okay, well, that'll be good to know. Good to use when we encounter something fucking weird. It's like, well, I can just splash this on and then I got it forever.
And did you take any of the mind, whatever they're called, ones?
Yes, I did. I took 2.
Okay.
Should I
good.
give 1 to Inferior?
Mind things? What are they? What?
Yeah, they disrupt
Really good on armor.
spellcasting.
Oil of
Disrupted.
spell shock?
The spellcasting one's not great. The armor is good because it gives you shield.
Oh.
Basically, you splash it on your armor, you have 2 uses of reaction gain 3 AC,
Oh.
which is real nice.
Atreus gets
that
hit
is
more than I
actually-
do.
Yeah, it's real good for Atreus because Atreus, you can splash it on yourself and have 3 shields instead of 2. They're mini
Yeah.
shields. They're +3 instead of +5, but +3
Atreus-
AC is pretty fucking good.
And you get the full
Wow.
1 hour duration too, instead of 1 minute when you splash.
Ooh.
Oh.
So if you throw it on and then the fight just ends because somebody casts a crazy spell or whatever, you'll have it for whatever comes up next, most likely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Atreus should keep those, I think. He gets hit more often.
I tried to get hit more often. Face Mary. Fight me! Stop fighting them! Stop
Tries to
attacking
get
them!
hit.
They have low AC!
Yeah, tries to get hit more often. Everybody aims at Nyx.
Why?
I'm literally doomed to try.
See, to solve this, I just need to throw away this shield. Now I have lower AC and now I'll get hit more.
Nix, I have no idea when I got this, but here.
Perfect, thank you.
I don't know how that got inventory.
It
I
was
did
in
see it
the,
as part of the loot.
It was in part of the loot.
Oh, I guess I just
Kira-
shotgunned all the scrolls and wasn't reading what they were.
Yeah, Kira picked it up from the temple, like Nick's ass.
I'm assuming, Nix, you got the Revivify one, though, right?
I think I took that one. Yeah, let me see.
Yep, Nick's looted 1 Revivify. I love this module so much.
Okay,
I love it. I love it. I think it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fucking
it makes it
receipts.
super easy.
And if we do like the Metro, what I think is cool is that if you do like shopping in Metros, you can click on like the shop owners and just buy from their storefronts because there's a list and shit too. I fucking love it. It's great.
I
Yeah.
checked it today, but all the dudes were gone.
They're still there.
I only was able to click on one of them. I saw like your cousin and like 2 others, and only one of them was clickable, and it wasn't your cousin.
Yeah, I'm back.
I don't think that the shop owner is Sophia's cousin. I think it's the shop owner and Astoria's
Yeah.
cousin.
Not my cousin. Yeah, I
Her
can't click
cousin
on
is
Zoran.
Europa. She owns a inn.
So
Up
who's
in the-
Susan?
Susan is the Astoria dude's cousin.
Yeah.
Zoran.
Right.
The Astoria dude is
Davos?
There you go.
Davos. There you go. Get a
David.
half Laurel.
David and Susan.
You can't just
Alright.
whitewash their names, Brendan.
Yeah, Brendan. Gosh.
I don't like how unwhite
God.
these people are.
Oh God, no, don't say that.
Susan,
These are basic ass white people today.
No, you leave my olives alone. They're wonderful.
We got eaten by the void.
Did we?
Did we really?
I went back to the map, but I can't find it.
Smooth.
Yeah, I gotcha.
I don't see us anymore. Yeah, I don't see us.
You
I
broke
had
it.
to reload.
As it is. God, you guys spent a while exploring
Random
this
question.
place. What's up?
do you think it's acceptable to use white bread as a hot dog bun substitute?
Yes.
I have before.
Sliced bread as hot dog bun substitute is valid.
Okay. Just making sure.
It's
Because
classist
it feels
to say
weird to just
otherwise.
eat hot dogs with mustard without the bread.
It is the classic struggle meal.
So now
To
we
say
have
it is
2
not
days to
okay
wait.
is classist. I suppose we do. Alright, we wait.
How is
20
Mitros? How undead is everyone?
Very not undead. So that's good. Yes.
I feel like it's been so long since I've seen a living civilian.
Yeah. You know,
The hordes of undead, though, they're on their way. I'm assuming, yes.
cannot say for certain. Castus has mobilized his dragon lords. He's sending a flight of them today, as a matter of fact,
Where?
Wait,
to investigate the beacon.
there are existing dragon lords?
No.
But also, yes.
What?
Acastus has been trying to recreate his version of the Dragon Lords.
Oh.
But I thought there was only one dragon.
Apparently
You
he's
met
been breeding
one.
dragons.
Really?
They're all over the place.
They're not all over the place, but he has a few of them, yes.
Imperia has a mental breakdown. I don't. What?
So we rest for 2 days, wait for Damon's return, and
Hopefully
finish
we
up
got the
onward.
hopefully we got the answer right so we get the key to the challenge.
I assume the door opening with the right answer was it.
Do you remember what the right answer was? Nyx like smirks at Sophia.
I know what the correct answer is to the test.
That's good enough for me.
As I pick up the talking totem and throw it at you guys. What do you do for 2 days?
Inferior, do you want to
Nothing
spar?
happens.
Yes, let's go back to sparring.
Yeah, let's go sparring.
Let's go spar.
I've got the spirit trapped in that spearhead now. I've got to make sure I can use it properly.
There you go. I need to brush up. Always. Have to keep sharp.
Sophia is going to copy down her scrolls, copy into a book, and then copy over to other book. And she's going to take a decent amount of time just at each of the tomes trying to actually figure out this riddle. get the true meaning behind it.
Alright.
I don't think there's anything else she needs to do. She could make some oils, but we have so many now.
You can make actual consumable big potions. And that might take too long actually to make the big boy. Yeah, it takes a week for the superior, right?
Yeah, I don't think I can do that. And I've already made one before, so I can poop infinite out of my bag. I don't think I have any diamonds. Well, can't make any healing potions anyway.
True enough, true enough. Yeah, because you need normal diamonds for those, right? Not the super diamonds for resurrections.
Yeah. So I just need like royal diamonds to make greater potions and lucent diamonds for
Lucent
here?
potions, etc. Yeah. Consumables, potions. Potion of healing. Potion rules. I'll find that later then. Alright.
What did I get? Floating disc, featherfall, absorb elements. So that's just 3 first level spells. It's just 30 gold and oil.
I will ask Kira if Alice said anything upon hearing about my death and undeath.
She was grateful to hear that you were brought back, and there was a flash of remorse upon her face upon hearing that you had died. She does hope that that does not come to pass again.
Does she have any theories on these? As I hold up my arm with the little red suns. There was 3 of these, and then one went missing when I revived. I find it odd that Lutheria would have 3 strikes and I'm officially dead, and well, these 3 appeared while we were going up the mountain to see Renee.
If I remember correctly, they appeared right after you saw Renee. In that strange
In the dream.
dream. Look, Lutheria is something that I cannot pretend to understand, and my sister is far too wise to be fooled into thinking that her wisdom allows her to truly understand the Mistress of Dreams. But there is one thing we both know. Lutheria is cruel. I would not put it past her to prolong your suffering, and as Kira sort of goes to grab onto your arm and sort of cover the mark beneath her own hands, it's a warm touch, it's a comforting touch from her, and try to torture you at the same time. A promise of rebirth that you can see on your arm. It's a grim reminder that she expects you to die. But I would hope that you won't get lost in her machinations. Even if you do die, even if this is some sick game of hers, try And she moves a hand away from your wrist to the side of your face. Try to find solace in knowing you have 2 more chances to meet her face to face. She gives you a soft smile.
Next time, I will not let her power force me to kneel. I will strike her with my spear, whether it be because I am in death in her realm, or we together meet her there.
That's the heroic spirit. She moves a hand from your face to your shoulder and taps it twice and looks at you with just this beaming, hopeful optimism. You and your immense insight and wisdom and your knowledge of the gods. Kira being the storyteller, the poet, the unamusing muse, has always had an affinity for heroes. If anyone is really going to hope for your success, truly hope for it, it'll be her. Because all you get is just genuine feelings from her. Now, how about a game of 20 squares?
What?
It's a real Greek game that is also present in Thylea. It's like a weird variation of chess.
Sometime during these 2 days, after Ibis thaws, Infuria is going to give him a lecture on being careful and taking care of himself.
Nyx
Enthusiastic
is going to
alive
be
again.
present for that lecture and just nod in agreement to Inferia. Obviously not knowing what she's saying, but Inferia is very, very stern with
Impassioned.
this bird. Yes, yes. There's the occasional, yes, that's right. You must listen to her. She knows what she's talking about.
Are the spells gone? Can't find the spells, a little search thing. I see the SRD spells.
When I type in absorb, it still comes up. What are you talking about?
It's control space, right?
Yeah, little search bar.
The only absorb elements I get is the ability of the runic inkeg.
Here, close it and try it again now. I just toggled the visibility of that compendium. Hopefully that fixed it. Because I was having that issue earlier where it wasn't coming up and I had to go add them back.
No, let me reload again.
I have 2 spell scrolls of absorb elements and then the actual absorb elements spell.
Nyx, how long
Yeah.
do you want to spar for?
48 hours straight.
Ugh,
We only have 2 days, so.
alright.
And I'm only at 61%. However long Inferia has the tolerance for. We'll probably do our usual spa in the morning and then relax in the afternoon system that we've done during downtimes.
We can probably handle a little bit longer. That's just what we did because we also had to do other things.
That's true.
Since all we're doing is sparring and sitting here playing 20 squares.
Playing charades. Yeah, how do you guys bond for 2 days? You guys are just camping out in this weird stone place. I know Sophia is doing her own deeper cold case fucking tomb investigation.
Yeah, she's drawing drawings of each one of the tombs too.
Oh, nice.
Infuria is probably going to spend more time in the Tomb of Volmatria during some downtime. But her entire worldview kind of got fucked over.
Yeah, is
So she-
Imperial okay? Nyx would be looking over, and because she knows how much Imperial loves the Dragon Lords and the dragons, and this was kind of don't meet your heroes, kids.
Don't meet your heroes, kids.
And then you realize how much
Yeah.
of trash human beings they are.
Yeah. She's fine. But she definitely spends some time crying in the tomb of Volmatria.
Stings a bit.
Rage cry. And during sparring, she might be a little bit rough.
Pensive emotions.
Ooh, they fixed the hit dice thing.
I
guys can
might
actually
take off a
manage
finger
your,
or two.
You guys can actually manage your hit dice without having to go into the level thing anymore. Nice.
I do think upon realizing Nyx can now read the scroll written in Celestial, she would go back to the Hall of Xander and relook at some parts of that mural.
Yeah, there are, interestingly enough, there are a number of smaller murals and depictions in there that excuse me, let me see where it's in here. Yeah, Hall of Xander, scroll. Um, yeah, there are a number of smaller mosaics and depictions that could potentially provide insight or clarity on wartime events or any of the early history of the Dragon Lords. Just sort of uh, any questions you might have about the Dragon Lords or about Xander or about some of the early conflicts, the war, the Myrmidons. You can essentially ask me, and I'll let you know if there's a small mosaic or something providing any sort of depiction about that.
So what so some of the things that she is trying to focus on is she's going back to read the section where Azarios had ascended and speak to Mitros, because all I have was he spoke to Mitros, the answer he seeks are in the necropolis, and then an arrow pointing to the word Avalon. So I don't entirely remember the question he asked her, like the questions he was asking to understand the context of Avalon being the answer.
What were your notes that you had?
Third scroll in Celestial. Nether Sea connected to something. He spoke to Mitros. The answers he seeks are in the necropolis. Arrow points to Avalon.
Mm. Uh,
I just probably didn't have time to write down the questions.
no, I get you. The sort of maddening expansion of knowledge that Azario sort of has in this third scroll, this connection to Celestial, this desire for greater understanding, and his only hint being the connection to Avalon, is that in some way, shape, or form, he was determined to figure out where the Dragon Lords came from and how that could even be possible. It is thought that the sea of Thylea is essentially endless. You just end up lost in clouds or circling back around. It is unventured territory. So is the land of the Dragon Lords but a long voyage across a boat away, or is there something more to it? How are these things connected? How could they be connected?
And she follows that question to the depiction of Avalon and through the ocean and that starry, thundery sea. It was only possible because they went through Lutheria's domain. Did Lutheria bring them here? Now Nyx is finding herself writing some of her own notes to be tucked away with Azarius' scroll.
Poor Lysis Arclander. Your picture is shit. You get a nat 1.
Oof. Yes. Give me Inferior and Nyx. Give me 3 downtime rolls for your sparring with each other.
Eh. Eh. Barring practice next. I'm only at 41%. That's sad.
I'm clicking my little die, but it's not doing anything.
Same.
Un momento. Yeah, it should be a wisdom check. And what's yours? Is yours Dex? All right,
Yeah.
both of you just give me 3 wisdom checks for Nyx and 3 Dex checks for Inferior. And then be sure to actually take a long rest.
Is it the Dex saving throw or the Dex?
The Dex check. The left.
Okay.
Do I need to have taken the long rest before the text?
No, it doesn't really matter.
Sad. We were both very tired the first session. Oh no, yours was the last one. Mine was the
I was
first one.
exhausted by the end of it, though.
I just rolled more poorly than you in general. Long rest.
230. And sparring practice with Nyx. 122 plus 17 plus 12 plus 5. 156. All right, coolio. As you all both make progress on that. What about you, Atreus? What do you spend your 2 days doing?
Yeah. Detroit doesn't really have much to do on down. I mean, Detroit's never really had a downtime activity besides, I don't know, relax, eat a sandwich,
Which
hang out,
is
chill out. But not much to do here.
far.
Does he also benefit
Yeah.
from a long
He
rest?
does the meme where he just walks around. He looks at the swing. He looks out the window.
He stands in the pool.
Inferior also wants to get a couple of hours of just like throwing her chakrams on her own in as well. Solo.
Come to terms with everything that's happened. That his spear is actually just the Titan captured soul of the Titan. Kind of crazy when you think about it.
Oh yeah, that's a thing.
Alright. Process that information.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Give me you'd only really be able to make 1 check on that inferior unless you kind of want to push yourself. You can go further and get 2, but I'll need a con save from you.
Since I'm not good at con saves, we're just gonna do 1. Just
One
the
dex
1.
check.
No. I had a terrible time practicing.
Mind quite distracted.
Goes and pouts in the tomb of Volmatria.
As Sophia, you spend your time investigating these tombs and drawing these depictions, and it seems drawing your own conclusions. Is there anything you want from me?
Not particularly.
All right. Taking in history and interpreting it the way that your mind sees fit. You're a philosopher. That's what you're supposed to do.
It's true.
Yes.
I start to realize there's like a lot of depictions of eyes and triangles and
Oh.
Illuminati confirmed. It's Illuminati. Aliens created this pyramid. We're standing right next to it. Aliens did that. Realized that the angle of the stone is impossible to do with human hands.
Uh-huh. Go off, I guess.
Oh. Yeah, there you go.
Hmm.
Is
Makes sense to me.
in Nick's theorizing that Lutheria had something to do with the Dragon Lord's arrivals? Is that like on point? Is there something more that she can glean from the murals about that section of their journey?
I don't fucking know.
Theory
Bitch.
is a Dragon Lord.
You're looking at the murals. What are your conclusions from it? Is that what you think? You think Lutheria had something to do with it?
Shrug.
I believe the
Okay,
conclusion
you were like,
is
ask me, and I was like, I don't know if he understood. I asked him a thing, so I just wanted to clarify. Okay, I got
Yeah,
it.
there was no mural like showing like Xander meeting with Lutheria or like some mysterious figure meeting with some other mysterious figure that makes you think that they met with Lutheria. There's nothing you can see in this particular tomb or any other tomb to support that line of thought, though you are free to have it.
All right,
And I
what
mean
was
that-
that line
I mean-
of thought again?
That Lutheria aided or beckoned them, I believe. Is what you're
Something,
saying.
well, because Nyx knew the one section where they were traveling through with like the Black Seas and the storm. Nyx recognized it because she was there. So
Yeah.
she's connecting their travel into Thylea with Lutheria somehow, and she's not sure what influence that was, if it was deliberate or if they've crossed into the Nether Sea.
You try to call it the Never Was. It's from a book I read. The
all I
Never
know.
Was with all the fuzzy wuzzies.
The real conclusion here is men are trash.
Men are
Yeah,
trash.
Yes, men are trash.
Conclusion
Men are
is the
trash,
guy with all the
women are-
golden jewels seemed to be having a great time, and he seemed to have it figured out.
Yeah, Mitro is all by himself because he's the only one that figured it out.
Yeah, man. And all that money, he's super happy about it.
Yeah,
no,
and then he died happy.
The pretty boy with the dragon also seemed to be having a good time.
I think that one guy. I think Ivar incarnated is also having a pretty fun time too. Not gonna lie.
Out there just slaughtering dudes, being like, I fucking love this shit!
Yeah, this is great. I don't put up any fight.
Jeez.
Fucking Lannister, you mean I get to fight in a war for literally ever? Yeah, I'm down.
Literally,
Fuck yeah,
ever.
I fucking love that shit.
Telemach was Lannister confirmed.
I'm not getting these references. I know they're Game of Thrones, but I'm not getting them
No,
beyond
they're
that.
Oh
Actually-
no.
They're actually from a
This is our
former
old
campaign that they
campaign.
were in.
Yeah.
Oh, I just heard the name Lannister and was like, ah,
Yeah.
yes, that is Game of
Yeah.
Thrones.
No, very
They had
conflict-hungry
it was
dwarf.
like, oh, he's just killing unarmed people. Hey, look, this is the Ivar. There's Ivar.
Lannister was
Go get
basically
him,
a
Ivar.
dwarf that turned into the god of conflict.
Oh god.
Doesn't
played
matter
by the
what it
same
is.
person that played Mercury.
Yeah, played by John.
We'll fight
Um,
anything. Birds, your grandma,
how dare you
a
defy-
kid over there,
Fought a lot of
a
birds.
crippled kid over
A
there.
lot of birds. How dare you defy gravity, fucking birds?
You're not even fucking real.
Birds aren't
Okay.
even real.
As time passes, and I say what I say with your inquiry, Nyx. Not to like dismiss it out of hand. I'm just telling you objectively. There's nothing to back that up. That's all.
That's okay.
They
could be
probably
right.
didn't know
Who
what the fuck
knows?
was going on either. That's also Nyx's assumption that they had literally no idea what the fuck they were swimming through. Considering they lost 6 ships in it.
Yeah. Or in the
That
Forgotten
they
Sea
did.
somewhere. Sometime while Inferior is pouting in Volmatria's tomb. At
I'm gonna move you over there. Yeah, get in the tomb.
different intervals, but one of the times that she's in there pouting, she makes a private little promise to the bones of Volmatria that if she ever succeeds in becoming a dragon lord, her dragon will be her companion and her friend and well respected and not forgotten or beaten down or anything the way that it seems a lot of the dragons of Volmatria's age were. Imperia's dragon will be looked up to rather than looked down upon. Hey, I got a
All right. Final calls. Anything else?
Make a gun.
Not possible. Anything else? All right. As with a subtle and soft glow of light, perhaps too visible to you, Inferior, if you're just chilling in here, you see on the far side of the other side of Balmaitria, soft, shimmering blue portal form filled with mist. No, not mist, snow. As you hear that that definitive sound of like that storm you've been suffering through, almost rejoin you in a quick flurry and burst of cold air at Damon's back as it rushes into the mausoleum and across your face before the portal closes. And where's your light? Did I delete your light? I hope I didn't delete your light. Oh god, I deleted your light. It's gone! What have I done? Well, you know what? I'll do that, and then do that, and then do... Which one of these? That. Good enough. Swiggity swooty.
Well, hello. Welcome back.
I did not expect you to greet me.
I had a
What
promise
did you
to make.
expect?
I wasn't expecting to greet you either, but you are here and I am here, so I said hello.
He quickly sort of wafts across the room, floating, cloak billowing, lantern shining. He sort of just stops in front of you. Lowers himself down. You notice his imposing form seems to sort of fall away. As he just seems to sort of shrink in front of you. Looking at you, eye to empty void. Has your exploration been fruitful?
Say
You made
so?
good use of your time.
I would say so. Xander's Hall has opened to us. And we have learned much.
It seems you have chosen to discuss it amongst yourselves. It is not a lesson that has been kept to one.
Sophia told us that it was the first step of Xander's challenge.
Hmm. Perhaps she was wearing something imbued with abjuration magic. Perhaps my message did not reach her clearly.
Some interference. I don't know, the line was real staticky.
Oh,
There are such things that can shield the mind. Perhaps he simply misunderstood.
well, then yeah, it was a task for Sophia that we all participated in.
Have you all reached the same conclusion?
There has been some discussion, as there always is in a group of very different individuals. But we have all concluded that in order to be successful, we have to work as a united team. Whatever that means to each of us. And then there were, of course, additional understandings in different directions. But that one core one we all share.
Hmm.
As much as I can
Interesting.
speak for my companions.
Hmm. You do not find yourself challenged often, do you?
in in what way?
Whatever challenge comes to meet you, you rise to meet it
Of
without
course.
hesitation.
Of course.
You
That
say it
was
so matter-of-factly, but it is an unusual thing. Inferior of the Amazons.
it's just what makes sense to me, I guess.
You remind me of her. It made sense to
Of who?
her as well.
Of who?
Isadore.
Your goddaughter.
Yes.
Interesting. She was quite the competitor.
But she was.
I look forward to my chance to compete in the great games if we survive this.
You survive this. And the great games may prove to be your easiest challenge yet.
Perhaps, but I wouldn't write off the other competitors so easily.
There is no greater game than the one Xander poses to the world. But let us see what the others have to say on the lesson, shall we?
Very well. Before Imperial leaves, she bows to Vomatria. And then she makes her way.
Hmm. Interesting. You
I'm
can
only
hear
obsessed with
this sort
dragons.
of this ominous wind behind you as Damon moves just after you, and you can feel this slight, not surge of power, but this change, as though Damon is calling upon himself to once again be this, to fulfill this role. It almost seems as he ominously drifts down the stairs, lantern in hand.
Look who I found.
Nyx is still deep within the hall of Xander.
What do I have on me? like a sumo suit on. Oops.
It's probably like double mage armor, I think.
Yeah. Weird.
Hmm.
So you return.
That I do. First, with a message. Theamos wants to extend his thanks, and he expresses a hope that you all will meet again if the stars should align.
I will hope for the stars to align.
His loss will be a blow to our strength.
Yes.
Hmm. So, let us get to the matter at hand. You have, Sophia, agreed in taking on the mantle of the new Dragon Lords, accepting Xander's oath should you be so blessed to hear it, would be within your purview.
I will. And I do believe the lesson that has been taught here, a lesson that not all of us may agree was meant to be learned, will help me with it. This place, meant to teach the lesson that the Dragon Lord split apart became lesser, that they could have been greater if they had united. Understandable lesson. Aids in many facets. All throughout life, it usually is better to have compatriots and not adversaries, to ally yourself and not fight constantly against your neighbors. Understandable. But not particularly unique to the Dragon Lords. Lesson I truly learned after time here is that the name of Dragon Lord has been held by criminals and heroes, idiots and geniuses, those that have made the world a better place and worse. In itself, the title of Dragon Lord is no virtue. It is not something to be sought out for its own sake. But it is, in this world, a useful tool. Even criminals will be given tombs side by side with the greats. Even tyrants will be honored. Even those that are said to be the end of an era will have the worst of them put aside in the name of respect. The name of the Dragon Lord can move the world. And it is a burden to see where your tomb will end up, to see who the writers will turn you into once you're gone. But I do see its usefulness. I do see the point in it. So I will take on the burden of the Dragon Lord, so that the world can look upon me, so that I may use it as a tool, so that I may reach our teacher, so that I may hear her voice again, so that I may do something that truly is a virtue.
Well reasoned and well well spoken. Your answer to the lesson is twofold. One side of this coin, you have a crystalline, clear image of. You are right. The title Dragon Lord means nothing. It is what you do in life that determines who you are. It is what you do in life that will echo through eternity. But there is two sides. He pulls out that burnished Dragon Lord coin, and flicks it, and it just acutely flies to Inferior. To this coin. What have you learned of those who are to stand at your side? What have you learned of unity, Sophia Akamatakos?
I've learned from a long time ago, and it is reinforced now. I cannot make my way through this world by myself. The things that I wish to do are beyond me. And the sad truth of the world is that others must be used to gain what you wish. The more gentler way, the more beautiful way, the more romantic way is for those who stand beside you of their own free will, to all gain what they want to gain with each other, and it does not hurt if you enjoy each other's company. We will be stronger for it. We will work side by side for a goal, and it means that we will not abandon each other. But I will not ignore that we all have our own desires. We are not the chosen alone. I have what I wish for, as does Nyx and Atreus and Inferior. We will disagree. We will argue. We will come to head at times. And if it should rupture us, so be it. But we are not monolithic. Such a thing is impossible. But we are together. And we will strive forward together. And I have come to want for them to get what they want. I don't want to fail them. There's been too much of that. So I hope that we will succeed together. I will not say something as romantic as I love them. I am not so drawn to the ideas of need of romance.
It is moments like these that I find myself wondering if time truly is a circle. I see so much of what I have not been able to see in so long. In what it is you say, and what it is you believe. New Ramona felt much the same. Never truly joined the Dragon Lords. Never had room for such romantic ideals as love But love comes in many forms, Acromaticos. You say it is impossible to become monolithic, to stand truly united, connected by your very souls. But I will proposition you this. Have you not seen what it truly looks like to connect a soul to another, to stand against the impossible, to be, if for but a moment, a monolith? You have.
You can see color starting to grow in Sophia's face. Her fist starting to clench, her left hand.
As Damon speaks about the souls connecting, Nyx gently grabs onto the wooden prayer beads that dangle off her belt.
You know I have. You know our connection. You know our family is not this way. You know I was not always this way. Stop with these foolish questions. Do not think that just because I have a task to fulfill, that I have lost all of that. I will regain her voice. And then maybe everything will return. But I will not be distracted. She just glares up at the figure.
And that is all I needed to hear.
Can you bring the microphone closer to your face so I can hear you, please?
And that is all I needed to hear, Sophia. Do not be distracted, yes. But do not let go of that infinitesimally small chance to do the impossible, to reach your potential. There is much to be learned through this challenge. Much to be learned. And Thylea needs you all to learn it. I wield great power, and I am stayed by oath. I have given up my humanity, my mortality, not only for the pursuit of knowledge, not only for the understanding of the things that Our Lady wishes to impart, but for the things that your mother wishes to impart. As Damon sort of turns his head softly to Nyx and to Inferior.
To say, like, not my mom, what are you doing?
What do you mean by that?
The mother of all nymphs.
Thylea.
As Nyx noticeably fucking relaxes.
No, she's just like a disappointment.
I have made this oath with Lutheria. In exchange for my neutrality. In exchange for being here. But if the oracle's words are to be believed, and if my best friend is to be trusted, there will come a time when that oath is no longer needed. Be ready. Do the impossible. Find a way to connect your souls like you have seen before. I'm sure you can teach them. And Damon looks to Kira. After all, what is a miracle if not doing the impossible? As Damon reaches into his cloak and pulls out a strange-looking tome. It is split down the middle into two distinct sections. One side white, the other side black. I have heard what I needed to hear. Now, do what needs to be done. As he hands you the book, Sophia.
Always.
As that is where we're gonna end tonight's session.
Oh, fuck.
As I get to be like, haha, I'm sorry, Brendan, but also I'm not sorry. Take it and be happy. Where is it? Oh god, I lost it. It's gone. It's gone forever.
Yeah.
Oh no. Brendan, is it in his book? It is! As you are granted. Let's see. Can I share the image? Show to all. This is
The
what the
Book
looks
of
like.
Friendship.
Ooh, that's pretty.
Ooh.
The Libra Absoluta Arcanum.
Ooh.
As we have our first legendary item.
Oh, snap-a-daps.
Libra Absoluta Arcanum. A tome.
Gasp.
Major item. What do you say?
I said gasp. Gasp. Period.
A one-of-a-kind item, legendary, requiring attunement by a creature under the patronage of the Pale Moon Moth, and it does not occupy an attunement slot. As it has a number of properties, as I will share with you now. Quite a number. Have fun. You're going to be doing a lot of typing.
Oh god.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my.
Oh, you know I can't read.
Arcane.
To me,
Yes.
my
Arcane inscription.
glare.
Macord.
As a bonus action, you can magically infuse your hand with arcane ink, allowing you to write with your fingertips with impeccable accuracy. When you write with your arcane ink, it produces ink in a color of your choice on the writing surface. It is unlimited but dries instantly. Your hand also changes color to match the ink provided. The time you must spend to copy a spell into the tome of Libra Absoluta equals 2 minutes per spell level. If you use the arcane ink hand for the transcription, the cost of the transcription is covered by the arcane ink. You can erase anything you write with your arcane ink hand if you brush your hand over the text as a bonus action, provided the text is within 5 feet of you. Magus Opus. Well, you are
That's 'cause I
tuned.
just ran out of ink. I've got 10 gold worth of ink. Perfect.
Magus Opus. While you are tuned to and hold the tome, it grants you the following benefits. It functions as an arcane focus. When you prepare your spells each day using this spellbook, you can prepare an additional number of spells equal to your intelligence modifier, minimum 1. When you cast a wizard spell written within the tome with a spell slot, you can temporarily replace its damage type with a type that appears in another spell in the tome, which magically alters the spell's formula for this casting only. You can do this proficiency bonus times per long rest. When you cast a wizard spell written within the tome as a ritual, you can use the spell's normal casting time rather than adding 10 minutes to it. Once you do this, the benefit, you can't do that, you can only do it once per long rest. You can, no action required, send the Libra Absoluta Arcanum to a pocket dimension specifically for its protection. You can resummon it instantly to your hands, no action required. So it's just poof, 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 as much as you want. When you utilize your Arcane Recovery feature, you can additionally select a number of prepared spells up to your int modifier, unpreparing those spells and preparing an equal number of new spells written within this spellbook. And Eureka. You can remove spells from your spellbook when you gain a level in Wizard. If you do so, gain new spells an equal level to the spells removed. These spells can be selected from the Wizard, Bard, or Warlock spell list and are treated as Wizard spells when prepared from this spellbook. Removing one first level spell and one second level spell, and you can gain one third level spell, for example. Or you can remove 3 first level spells, or one first level spell and one second level spell. Etc., etc. Equal exchange. Spells removed this way cannot be added back to the spellbook. Philosopher's Rebuke. Whenever you use Dispel Magic or Counterspell to successfully end a first level or higher spell or potent magical effect, you can use your reaction or as part of the reaction to cast Counterspell to regain 1 expended spell slot. The slot you regain must be a lower level than the spell you cast and can't be a higher level than 6th. You can use this ability a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest. And lastly, but not least, my most favorite and probably most frustrating for Brendan feature, Arcane Thesis. You can expend time, research, and 10,000 drachmae worth of rare magical materials to experiment towards a specific magical field as discussed with your DM. Once you have fulfilled the cost, an Arcana downtime goal of 750, investigation downtime goal of 500, you will gain expertise in Arcana, expertise in Investigation, and a final feature to the Libra Absoluta Arcanum related to your Arcane Thesis.
Spicy.
Have fun.
Gotta go learn a whole bunch of shitty spells so I can eat them and turn them into good spells.
Yeah, right?
Ew. Good shit.
Oh, thank God, he can learn Bless now.
What is fucking Witch Bolt? Is that what it's called? Come over here, Witch Bolt. Serve a purpose.
Alright, delete Witch Bolt, get Bless.
You get turned into Cure Wounds. Oh, I gotta get all these healing spells now.
Healing spells.
Yeah, because you get access to the Bard list.
Neato. Cool beans.
Oh, and you guys, also you get a little bit of a
Level
little
up?
bit of this. You just got a level. Breathe, man. Breathe.
Yeah, but another level?
Yeah, so, what about,
Yeah, but
what about
What about
Wednesday
second level?
Yeah,
Yeah,
what
what about
about
second
second
level
level up?
Yeah, just
As,
had breakfast.
I loved you guys going around through the tombs and role playing and fucking note taking. It was fucking awesome. And you guys get some kick-ass XP for that and for fucking actually figuring out the lesson. Good shit.
Men
I'm
are
just gonna
trash.
divide it right.
We did it!
There you go.
The answer
What
is
is the
friendship!
girdle? What
Click
is the
your
girdle from
fucking
an entity so I can also become a girl?
XP button. God, what would feminine Atreus look like? Legion Commander, I guess.
I don't know. I'm just finding a way.
Cassandra. Assassin's Creed.
Cassandra.
Okay,
Dragon Age.
that's too overt and on the nose. That's like,
Yo, did Mel just boom
God.
you?
She
just 360 no scope.
mean- no, I mean that's like so disgustingly over. Like, haha, we're playing Greek game, guys. Remember that one Greek game? You know, they were referencing. Haha, isn't that funny? Like,
Oh, you know what? I didn't even think about that, Cassandra. That's hilarious. I thought that there was I heard Assassin's Creed and I didn't hear Odyssey, so my mind went to like, oh, there must have been a Cassandra in like the old Assassin's Creed, like the French.
No, I'm talking about the Greek Assassin's
What?
Creed!
Yeah.
bro,
We're
we
a
never.
Greek game!
What? What
Nah.
female protagonist?
I thought like maybe
in
one
the
of the side
old Assassin's
characters.
Creed game.
I thought like a side character or like wasn't there one where you played as a brother and sister? Like maybe that one. I wasn't sure. Anywho,
Is
thanks
it
so
that
much.
Odyssey?
No, you do, but you don't. So like in the one I'm thinking of, Unity or whatever, you switch back and forth.
Unity, we don't
certain.
talk about Unity. Unity
You
didn't
switch back and
exist.
forth between like these two French siblings. In Odyssey, you choose one at the start of the story, and that's who you play as.
Unity wasn't a game.
Oof. Thanks
Assassin's
so much for
Creed
hanging out with
stopped
us
at Black
tonight.
Flag.
I liked Odyssey, and
It
I
stopped
hope to
being
see
Assassin's
you.
Creed.
That's fair. That's a fair assessment. I hope to see you again in the future. We are going to be back with some more D&D this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern with Song of Rapture, and then we're looking to go ahead and get started with the actual Challenge of Xander this upcoming Sunday. We might be a little bit late. We'll let you know. We want to make sure that everyone's going to be there and no one will miss. So by any means necessary, we'll try to be there and no one will miss. I'm not staring daggers at you. What are you talking about? And yeah, that's that's all we
unlucky.
got for that's all we got for you. Hope you had fun. It was a fun RP session for me. And until next time, may the dice roll 20s, and you'll always make your saves.
Bye-bye.
Hi.
New Delta Bear.
Cast a banishment spell.